Mhm. One sec. All right. Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? Looks like full court jelk. I mean, we're trading at roughly the same price we were yesterday afternoon. We'll see what happens. The inflation print year over year is cooler. Month over month, core is higher. I would say overall, it's relatively flat against estimates, so it's not super telling. But that might be enough to scare out some puts. If we get some capitulation, prices will probably rise. Six. One. Hold on, let me check out this morning's gamma. No, there's no daily today. I had to go somewhere. Alright. Well, that looks awful. So there's a little positive gamma around here at 39.05 and 39.10. Not a lot yet. Give me a second. Let me see if I can get update on this. Okay, so some call volume coming in at 39.20 and 39.50 for 0 DTs. 39.25 and 39.30 is still relatively flat. If we get put capitulation here, though, it's going to be moderately bullish. What's the price right now? The futures, the contract at front is at 39.50. What's the March contract at? 39.07, 39.08. Hmm. Zero GT driven morning pump followed by a return to reality that the market is fucked. I don't know. We probably, because CPI is so flat, we probably won't get a ton of price action today. But we could rise higher on repositioning, on neutral positioning for tomorrow, right? I'm trying to say that inflation is not a problem anymore. I mean, it's not really down much. With all the banking fun this week, could SLD have blown its load early, or with the flat to bullish day today, could we see a sell-off into end of week? I don't think SLD blew its load early. Remember that, like, the more stacked Opex gets, the more deposit obligations are, accrued, right? Like, the more need for margin going into Opex. Opex is pretty fucking big right now, so I would say that there's a fairly good chance that we see some sell-offs through SLD. I don't know if it'll be like 300 BPS, but we might see like 150 or 200. Does that mean that 50 BPS is out? I don't know. Core is still up month over month. Probably, but 25 BPS creates the same problem, right? And if PPI is still rising, which we'll find out tomorrow, or PCE is still rising. .1%, what problem? That's still a problem. That's still not even moving in the direction they need it to. Nvidia to new all-time highs. Nvidia's trading at the same fucking price it was yesterday. Relax. Hmm. I think I'm more in the DCA camp versus cut and reposition. I don't want to, sorry. I don't want to cut too many longer dated puts. There's definitely some shorter dated stuff that's still up that I don't want to hold through Opex. Opex is probably going to trigger a reposition. There are far too many puts expiring on the 17th, which gives us like kind of like a little pimento period, right? So that's something I do want to be cautious of holding through. Um, hmm. Already took profits on like half of these, right? This QQQ can hang out. I can average down. VIX is gonna probably drop. Nvidia, I don't care about. No chance we don't fill this downside gap. I mean, there's a chance we don't fill it. If puts in this range from yesterday capitulate, then we're not going to fill this gap. And right now, that area is not, it's super strong. The next big pile of puts is at like 3,900. And for zero DTEs, 3,900's relatively flat. So there's plenty of zero DTE calls right now. It doesn't look like we have much range above 3,950. So I don't think I want to cut like 4,000s just yet. I probably want to wait a little bit before cutting the call side of my straddle. Sure, Schwab dying again? Yeah, I don't know why Schwab's dying. With banks failing, can you put my money in your pickle jar bank? I don't have a bank. I have like there's like a jar on my counter you could use. You said 25 BPS creates a problem. Can you clarify? The rates are still going up. Whether they're going up slower or not, that's still going to increase yields, which is what's creating the liquidity crunch that banks are experiencing right now anyway. Right? So raising 25 or 50, it's still going to increase yields, right? It's not like 25 has no effect. And based on the Fed's actions over the last few days, I would say they don't have any intention of stopping rate hikes. They're definitely not going to take the blame for rising inflation away from the Treasury by performing QE first. I don't understand this really. In retrospect, I should have sold everything at market open yesterday, but I don't feel like anything has changed. Is this market or just an irrational situation? A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's not really rocketing up or anything, so I don't want to say it's being all that irrational. Thanks for the thoughtful write-up about the bank situation in the subreddit. Thanks, Elkonos. I have a theory on Schwab. They own USAA. Based on their last report, apt up and hold to maturity securities to equity capital is negative 103. Okay, but why is Schwab exposed to the contagion of a subsidiary bank? Schwab's a brokerage. If data comes in flat tomorrow, we're just chopping until FOMC next week. We could, yeah. I mean, there's a potential for that. Man, I fucking hate this price action. This is just weak. Well, I would say based on where we're positioned, either zero DT calls are going to take profits, or 3 DTE puts are going to close. Whichever one happens at this point is probably going to determine our price action into the afternoon. I will say the declining volume into this test isn't particularly bullish. But if puts close, it can rocket up. There's a lot of them. This is a great spot to enter intraday straddle. So I will be doing that. Hmm. Fucking Nvidia. Okay. Right now I'm just buying a 0 DT one. I have a longer dated straddle for the 24th already, but we haven't really moved enough for me to touch it. What do you think of Credit Suisse and their credit default swaps skyrocketing? Well, just because their credit default swaps are skyrocketing doesn't mean that there's any defaults on those swaps. I have a grasp of what's happening, but I have no idea how long we can expect this market to pump like this for. Is this days, weeks, or just today? What are your expectations? I mean, I think with flatter CPI data, we'll be more reliant on PPI data. We still have SLD this week. I don't think that's changing. There's going to be a lot of put capitulation into the beginning of next week, so that will likely lead to a stronger rally than whatever CPI or PPI data indicate. After which, the Fed decision will probably determine direction following next week. So we'll probably see a large scale put capitulation into Opex, which will lead to likely increased prices, right? And then going into the Fed decision, we'll probably see a ton of neutral positioning, and then based on what the Fed does, the market will react afterwards as SLD settlement starts to come back in. But 4,000 calls cheap. Okay, up to 222% on wall. I should have gambled more in. Nice, man. Down on Nvidia, April 225p. Any hope for them? Today doesn't look particularly promising. Do you have any idea how banks will raise capital within the next year until the new Fed facility runs out? Do you want to rephrase that? Deploy capital? And the current yields on treasuries are sky high, right? I think the incentive for treasury purchases is pretty obvious. April for Nvidia is tough. I like May, June, or July. I have May and June. I don't have any July puts. I have some September puts. Calls are cheaper than puts right now. What does that mean? I mean, it means VIX is still up. June 35s. I think I'll wait on VIX. Probably wait on SQQQ. Meta laid off another 10,000 employees. Puts dead. Yeah, soon they'll have plenty of money and no employees. 2-year bonds are good, yeah. Talking me out of YOLOing into UVXY. For what purpose? It has, it has volatility decay, right? It's not something you generally want to buy and hold. What do you think of the upper range on SPXs today if puts capitulate? I don't know, like 39.50 maybe? There's still no calls. There's some 0 DT calls, but there aren't even very many of those right now. We either need to see more positioning come in or something more significant happen. Gamma's still negative at 39.25 and 39.30. Then it moves a little bit positive at 39.35, 39.40, 39.50's starting to build up. The Gamma flip point's up at like 39.87. So we're still pretty far away from that. Put buying to the downside is relatively weak so far. There is some put capitulation on longer dated puts, and Gamma's just relatively flat in our current range. I think Gamma might just flatten out more into PPI, which is probably the bigger concern here. R2K almost 300 BPS. Yeah, R2K was the biggest loser over the last few days. It was up 300 BPS. Now it's like 260. It's been pretty volatile lately. Cut April Nvidia puts on a correction and reposition. I'm going to hold them through SLD. The 2030 calls that were kind of propping Nvidia up over the last few days sold off yesterday in anticipation of CPI. So the downside support isn't as strong. I'm going to try to hold off on repositioning anything from Nvidia till later this week. And then, yeah, I'll probably reposition. Well, I'll probably close going into Opex and then reposition during the Opex settlement period. You got a new webcam. Which camera are you using? It's a Sony ZV-1, I think. SLD starts tomorrow morning. Yes. Tesla falling, Nvidia falling, VIX rising, looking good, looking a little better. I wouldn't say it's looking good. There's nothing at the current price we're trading at. There's like not a lot of interest in either direction, so yeah, we're gonna have to wait for more positioning to come in, I think. Contract in front is on like a slightly longer term support at 39, like 39.45. I think that's the trend support, but it is above it. Although a failure here doesn't look particularly great either. Fubo covered calls are going to expire worthless, right? Yep. Upstart covered calls? What did Upstart bounce to this morning? Okay, that's still under 16. Hey Gurk, I bought an SPX 3750p for June 16th yesterday when SPX is trading around 38.20. I'm down about 35% now. I'm not too concerned. I'm just wondering how you'd manage that. It's my only put. I would either hedge any potential upside on it through a bounce. You have a lot of theta. So you can probably effectively hedge any short-term rallies with calls. And then if you can take the profits from any of those hedges and redeploy it in order to average down. SLD starts tomorrow. It's not next week. Is it possible total risk exposure of subsidiaries is the concern with Schwab? It could be. I mean, I only reviewed like Schwab's financials, but and I didn't get into reviewing the financials of their subsidiaries, but I mean, the majority of their interest is, their brokerages, right? Between Schwab and TDA. Um, and brokerages aren't really exposed to the same liquidity risks that a bank would be. Okay, this just looks like it's failing. Support here, maybe? Just a 3,900 put. Jesus, puts are still way overpriced. Don't want to cut the call just yet. Futures are failing resistance. VIX is starting to tick up too. Is there any positioning coming in to take advantage of that? No. 3,900 puts are picking up. I don't see how we don't at least test 39.20 once here. There's still a lot of gamma left behind at 39, like positive gamma left behind at 39.20. I'd be surprised if we don't see something to try to bail it out, at least, before another rejection. $4,000 calls are cheaper now. I mean, they'll probably be even cheaper in a couple days. Not a good sign of the SPX rejection at 39.20. Because of bank runs, is Charm dead? Like, no more fluffy vol? No. I mean, there's a shitload of options expiring this Friday. So I would say that the effective charm is going to be very real as they approach expiration. I'm telling you, the bulls are going to be skittish. Well, they should be. I want to buy so many Nvidia calls this Opex. Once I'm out of these puts. Ugh. I don't think Nvidia has a ton of obligations right now. And most of the like call interest to the upside is sold. Like above 240. Most of those calls are all sold. Did you see the real earnings were down also, which indicates inflation is growing entrenched. Inflation greater than bank failure. Fed will hike at least 0.25 in my opinion. I don't think there's any situation where we don't see a hike. I think the question is how much. If PPI is still hot, even with CPI relatively flat, the Fed is gonna have to do something on 3 months of rising data, and month over month core CPI is still going up. So like we're doing better than we were at the same time last year, but month over month we're doing worse, right? So is it safe to sell 21 March 17 GME covered calls. Your chances of assignment are really low, but if SLD ends early, you could find yourself in a bit of a pinch going into like Friday. It's kind of not worth the risk, right? Very, very low returns on them. If PPI freezing, I mean, the current data doesn't indicate that that's in the cards, but sure. And PPI is not really as volatile as CPI. I would say it's possible that it comes in a little cooler, but I don't think that causes a pullback in the Fed attaining their target rate. You know, we were seeing significant cooling through, you know, November and December, and the Fed was still pushing ahead with a higher terminal rate. And now you're inferring that on flat data that they're going to lower their terminal rate target. I mean, the Fed's goal is to attain that terminal rate and then hold it, right? Next week, Little Orphan Danny, on the 23rd, I believe it is. The 22nd? Next week on the 22nd, which is like next Wednesday, I think. Another way of looking at it is that inflation has gone down relatively from 7.9 to 6 on a full year of hike crusades from the Fed. If participants think that's bullish, I don't know, man. Okay, so it looks like we're getting that second test of 39, or maybe close to 39.20 here on this bounce. The upside still looks weak. And more puts are starting to come into the downside. So now 39.15 is skewing negative. 39.20 still positive. And then 39.25, 39.30 now also negative. So there's a chance that we see call side capitulation and another retest of 39.20. Unless we see some futures buying come in here to push us into the positive gamma at 39.35, I probably would have... Yeah, I'm probably going to set up some stops on calls here. A little wiggle room. Hey, look, Jimmy shorted again. Yeah, I don't think that's going to change a lot this week. VIX still flat, which looks kind of bearish. Okay. Another way of looking at it is that inflation... Okay. Can you make SPX follow GME's example? It very well may in a minute here. So far, we're not seeing a lot of put capitulation in the gap fill. So I would say that the gap fill still has a pretty good chance of, well, filling. I'm not seeing a lot of positive gamma come into the upside here, which means that we have resistance at both strikes beyond 39.20. So we'll see if futures volume comes in. I'm gonna start following this up. Futures isn't looking particularly bullish right now either. Okay. I wonder if that's the time to take on a put. Pretty fucking pricey. Maybe not. Calls on Jimmy, not so bad right now. Pretty cheap. You might be able to buy them at a lower delta, which is something to consider. Now we're gonna get fucking volume to the upside. God damn it. Or just another failure? Still no calls. Long puts or long calls or short calls close, maybe? This test of 39.20 is really important. If this fails and breaks below, well, below the moving average here, we're probably going to fill the gap. I don't know if it's going to fail yet. Why did you cancel Market Chameleon on me, Gherk? JFresh told me I could cancel it. Also, I had it for a year, and I never used it. Do you need it back that bad? I forgot that you still used it. Yes. Ah, fuck. Hate paying them. Can you just tell me what data you want? .1080p Gherk is too detailed. I missed 720p Gherk with random light flickers. I'm sorry, the Dillist. I didn't mean to disappoint you. Really, I didn't. Where is the gap at? I'm only listening, and I can't see the chart. Thanks. The gap is from, it looks like 38.95 to 38.56. We've yet to fail 39.20, though. Although, it's really starting to look more likely. Holy fuck. I'll buy one, but holy shit, these are expensive. Where the fuck do they get off charging that for these? Oh. Grayscale Gherk was the realist. I mean, I could do that again. That's not very hard. Good morning. Sorry if I explained in morning GD. I didn't write one today. I was busy this morning. Given the neutralish inflation narrative and possible Opex bump, does your end of month SPX target change? I think we already hit the downside of my SPX target. Well, my strike range yesterday. No, I think after Opex we're still gonna go down. So I still think there's a chance for us to see like 37.65 by the end of the month. But you're gonna want more theta than like March 31st to realize that. Or you're gonna want to get puts during the Opex period to cover that point in time. And wait till after like the Fed rate decision, right? Reckon those Nvidia 230 calls could come back. If we stay above 230 today, I'm a bit underwater on my puts. I don't think they're going to come back in the same quantity. But those are gone. That was a huge position at 230, and it's closed out. The majority of upside calls on Nvidia are now sold. Volatility is beginning to drop, and downside support is weaker, and gamma neutral is continuing to rise, right? Which, infers that even on rising prices, we're still getting closer to the like that gamma neutral crossover. Yes, that is now a rejection. It's not a hard rejection, but it is a rejection. How hype are we for March Opex? I'm getting there. It's building on me. Bought some 2421 calls on Jimmy. I will average down if needed. Okay. I want to come clean. I sometimes wipe back to front. Also, I told my younger brother at a young age that condoms are to be used as waste bags for our white deposits. To this day, he unrolls the condom and only puts the tip in to dispose of the mess. Glad I came clean. You're a shitty older brother, Kendra. Gherk, can you draw a 2-month crayon line for everyone? What, like on SPX? Is that 2 months? No, that's not even 2 months. Hold on. And there's kind of already one there. That still puts our upside range on like an Opex bounce around like 4,100 though. I'm starting to build out a head and shoulders. We did find some support here. Jack on the horse. Thank you so much. Did you want to say something with that or no? So you mean sell GME shares at the top of the run, then sell GME CSPs, That's crazy. Boof man, head and shoulders forming on the daily for Nvidia. I'm gonna fill earnings gap in your opinion. I think by the end of March that's possible, yeah. Please resub to Market Chameleon. I swear I'll clean out JFresh's litter box. Uh, what do they have that you want? Like I bought it because we needed time and sales, but now we don't need them from them. We might just have the data that you want from them. Do you just want like OI? Because we could probably give you OI, maybe. Historical options OI and intraday time and sales. Let me ask JFresh what we have. Upstart is getting into a good range for long positions for Opex. Starting to. Not quite yet, but starting to. Did you say you were going to do a poll of Kendra for mod and abide by the results? I absolutely didn't, Rusty. What's the IQ requirement to think buying futures is a good idea right now? Above or below 3? I mean, it depends if you're going long or short them. If SPX is forming a head and shoulders, where's the neckline? A 3904? I mean, the neckline on ES on a head and shoulders here is like 3,900, roughly. On the March contract. So I would say, yeah, around there. But if we fall that far, Gamma would be kind of on our side. It looks like we're pushing. Oh, no, it failed lower. That was I think that was their chance to get some of that last bit of 3920 OI sold off. SPX forming a head and shoulders. Where is the neckline? Access to a Bloomberg. I do. I don't. It's a fucking pain in the ass, but yeah, I have access to a couple terminals. Bloomberg's not super useful. There's not a lot of data on Bloomberg that you would really want in our position. Can you adjust Nvidia chart, my dude? Thanks, sir. Yeah, sorry. Where SLD drop? SLD starts tomorrow. Would you be able to give the Nvidia Greek neutrals? I mean, the only one that really matters right now is gamma neutral. And I think that's at oh, it was at 228 yesterday. Let me see where it is today. Uh, 229 today. So gamma neutral is still rising. Although delta neutral fell off kind of hard over the last 2 days. That's probably the sale of those 230s. Delta neutral's now at 202, right around where Vega neutral is. Ooh. Yeah, if Nvidia falls below Vega neutral, that gets pretty spicy, I think. Curious. It's just so fucking slow to drop, right? What does GME GM look like these days? Gamma Max is on the screen. It's right there. 2433. What's up, Casey? Fidelity has margin called my cash account. What the fuck? After rolling a position for credit last week, no one, including myself, understands why. Plenty of cash, no violations. I would call them. Did you like sell the underlying out from your covered call position or something? I was using Market Chameleon to make all the charting because you can export the data to CSV. Okay, we might still be able to do that. If not, I'll pick it up for fucking a couple more months. Ugh, God, I hate paying them. How do you set a stop limit on options to ensure profits? I sold 617 CC 317 expiry for 205. I sold 617 CC 317 expiry for 205. I want to clear $1,000 and that would be 36 a contract. How would I set a stop limit? On a covered call? It depends on your brokerage, but usually it's a limit buy. So like a triggered limit buy. To buy to close at a set limit. Schwab? I don't know how to do it on Schwab, like off the top of my head. I don't sell too many covered calls on there. I think it's just a limit buy. Okay. Well, here's a little push. Is that just gonna fail also? Hold on. Maybe. Positioning change. Nothing significant. A few more 3935 calls. Not a lot. Jesus Christ. Open interest on SPX is really consolidating. On the longer dated side of things, Gamma's fairly flat right here. Same deal though. Nothing positive till 39.35. And then 39.10 and under is still pretty negative. So this might just be another failure. Do Bloomberg terminals come with a lifetime subscription to Pornhub Premium? No. Yeah, that's an extra data set that you have to pay for. Aren't weekly puts below 30.90 a stretch? I opened several yesterday. Can't decide I should wait for a downside gap fill. Cut now for 75% loss. Weekly puts below 30.90. You could see if we fill the downside. The potential's there on a failure here. I don't know if we're going to fail here or not. We started to, and then we bounced back, so... And we could still fail yet again. Things aren't looking particularly more bullish, but, I mean, it's obviously not getting worse. I think we still have room for failure to occur. Colorado Cav. Like I said, this is still pretty weak till up here at like 30, 39, 35 is the next, like, stronger call positioning. We could keep walking up, though. That's possible. VIX falling off is concerning. Very interesting. Here we are. We have SPX testing 3920. Nvidia testing 240. One could push the other. Nvidia, you mean in the Nvidia 500? Yeah, that's absolutely possible. Let's see. I mean, Nvidia doesn't have a lot of upside positioning here either. SPX looks like my career trajectory falling upwards. Why the fudge is Nvidia and AMD up 5%? Because the market thinks they are defensive. Testing 3958 resistance in futures. I mean 3960. All day float again, then end of day dump for PPI. We could dump into PPI if more puts come in. Honestly, they both sides look pretty weak around the current price. So it's possible that delta neutral positioning would just lead to us trading mostly sideways. It might increase like volatility a bit, but in a narrow range. Gork, please help. I can't stop buying Nvidia puts. You could wait. Time to buy more puts. I got stopped out right as I sent my message. Yields coming in still. Dow up almost 400. I really can't see us just going higher or even holding that all day. What do you mean Dow up 400? The Dow 30 is only up 122 basis points. You mean $400? That's not how you measure index price improvement. There's a few of us in FWFB using Market Chameleon for calcs. We're distraught now. Friggin' cat. I'll see what data the reason I didn't want to pay for it is we already were paying for the data elsewhere, right? So, and their fucking calculations are always wrong. So it's like kind of a waste of money. But if we don't have the data elsewhere, I guess I'll pick it up again. I have some cash left. Should I wait till PPI print tomorrow to enter 7 DT SPX put to capture the drop end of week? Should I wait till PPI print tomorrow? 7DT SPX put to capture the drop into the end of the week. So you're just trying to play SLD, basically. I would wait to see how high we climb today. Or at least wait until we find, like, neutral positioning today. Or tomorrow. You could wait for PPI, actually. Do you think most of our initial inflation was gas prices? Then Papa Joe opened the reserves. Now they're empty, and we're slowly climbing back up with actual inflation. Yes. We had supply shock, and now we have, you know, demand-based inflation. Fingers crossed for another bank failure today, this week. I guess we could see one, although I think the Fed's backstop is going to be pretty effective in protecting most of the smaller banks, if not all of them. If you guys could smash the like so I can afford Market Chameleon. It's not that I can't afford it. I just don't want to pay for it because it's useless. Bruh, fuck these bulls buying futures. I hope they lose their entire position. Is this push more futures driven? I wouldn't call this push driven. At least not yet. Now that we've broken 39.25, where does it stop? We haven't really broken 39.25. 39.25 and 39.30 are negative gamma. The next positive gamma is at 39.35. So we'd still need to move up $10 to get into a range where we could climb up to higher. Otherwise, the chance of failure at this point is still relatively high. And failures here probably mean capitulation at 39.20, which is the strongest call side strike in this range. Thanks, Wessel's Pretzels. It's only like $100 a month. It's just worthless data. You don't think the payday loan thing is NT is just gonna kick the can and push bank failures out a few more months? I mean, it shouldn't push bank failures out a few more months, but it's definitely not gonna solve the liquidity issue with treasuries. I'm still selling into upticks. Yep. Selling into downticks. Buying into upticks. Negative gamma. Selling into upticks on positive gamma environment. So you backwards. I still believe I'll buy a put at the top on Nvidia. Look out 250. All right. Push up until SLD tomorrow, drop through Monday next week, then rip again for T+2. Thoughts? Possible. Not scalping VIX 30 puts is my biggest mistake this month. Why do you expect March SLD to have lower range, around 100 BPS drops instead of 200? I said like 150, 200. Just because we've had a lot of selling recently. And also, if the market's going to rise over the next 2 days, a lot of the Opex exposure to the put side is going to sell off, right? Which will reduce the amount of exposure for Opex that they need margin to cover.
What's your settlement on these GME? Sentiment on these GME these days? I've been out of the game for a while. I'm still in it. It's fine. Thoughts on Rivian? Ray Dalio. I don't know. It's okay. It's got a lot of financing. Well, I guess we'll see what they do with that given enough time. I don't think they're going out of business, but until they get production going and start selling vehicles, I don't think it's going to be worth much. And with the current macro environment, it could be a few to maybe even several years. Gorg, why did you make me impatient with my entries? What? Grocery prices don't affect me as I've learned to cultivate discarded baconators. Yesterday I was up 500% and didn't execute on my puts because I was so sure of a potential crash with all the bank noise. Now I'm down 50% of my entire port. I'm just going to focus on Nvidia now. Lesson, execute. That's usually a good idea. Like I said before, if you're up, set stops. 200 basis points would only get us back to yesterday close now. Yeah, well, a little lower. I don't even have Nvidia puts, and I'm starting to hate the stock price anyway. Fun fact, there is always food in the Wendy's dumpster. That's true, yeah. I just bought one Nvidia at the top. Now tank it. Okay. Okay. Do you expect the 3600 Ps to print? Not particularly. They could end up being worth more than they are now, but I don't think they're going to print. Not unless something happens. Or like PPI comes in really hot. Be your own bank. Banks get bailed out by the Fed. Fed going to guarantee our money. 741D chess. MOASS confirmed. Current uptrend has us ending the day at 4,300. Should I buy calls there? Why is the Fed waiting to intervene until the 1st of May? The Fed's just not doing anything, right? So you have to understand that the issue with the banks right now is an issue of liquidity with treasuries, right? And so Yellen is leaning on J-Pow to pull back interest rates so he can solve the treasury inflation issue by propping up yields on vintage notes and lowering the current federal funds rate. J-Pow's not going to do that, right? Because then he's responsible for spiking inflation again. And so the Fed's action yesterday was basically inaction, which was also their response to the failure of the banks. I don't think the Fed gives a flying fuck if the banks fail. And I don't think they give a fuck about treasury liquidity either. And I can tell you right now that J-Pow isn't going to lose his job for Yellen so that he can bail out treasury liquidity. Which means that the issue with treasury liquidity will be foisted back onto the treasury, and they will have to respond by coming in and buying mature contracts in order to facilitate sufficient liquidity in treasuries, which will spike inflation. It's a political standoff. It's no one's problem, right? Is GME in that VIX ETF or part of NASDAQ? GME is in NYSE, and no, it's not part of the VIX. The VIX is calculated off of SPX options. Well, VIX spot is. Gherkin, they told us not a dime of taxpayer money would be spent. LOL. I mean, so far, not a dime of taxpayer money has been spent. The current Fed solution is probably net profitable for the Fed. So it's not technically quantitative easing, which I think is an important distinction to make. While it looks and smells like quantitative easing, it is not quantitative easing. The Fed is simply loaning the mature value of bonds at the advance rate at a premium of the advanced rate for banks to be able to obtain par value against their mature securities or vintage securities. I bought some hammered bank stops yesterday. Positions up 300%. Riku, cool. Nice, man. Jamie, I believe, is in the S&P 400. Sup, Gurk, Barry here. SPX up 188 BP today. At what point would you say the market is ripping? Above 39.50? How are futures looking? I need some downs. Relatively stagnant and low volume. Volume's declining into the uptrend. It's going to probably break down at some point. It's just very boring. Which isn't good for the VIX. Oh man, what a ride. I made 20% on VIX calls and Nvidia puts and didn't overhold for the first time. Sold yesterday and now relaxed and waiting to buy back. Thanks, Gurk. Nice, dude. Congratulations. NASDAQ failing here? Maybe. Also, IV30 on SPX is 2012, higher than when we were waiting on the Fed rate decision, but VIX is down below 24. When would IV30 drop? We have PPI tomorrow, and the Fed rate decision next week, all of which are probably, and Opex, all of which are probably increasing IV30 on SPX right now. Yeah, IV on SPX is fucking expensive currently. Is SCHD a good buy? It's decent. It's like a dividend ETF. It's not very high yield, but I think it has like decent growth. Would you buy puts on SPY May or June this afternoon or wait until tomorrow? I'd probably wait till, if I was buying them that far out, I would probably wait till after Opex, closer to the Fed rate decision. What do you think PPI will yield? I don't know if that's really the way to put that, but I mean, PPI has been trending hotter over the last two prints, month over month. Probably still down year over year. I'd say we're likely to continue to see a decline year over year. The analyst estimates seem fine. But month over month may continue to rise. I know last time the month over month came in significantly higher than expected. So we'll see. Actually, because of that, the year over year may not be down quite so much. Maybe we see like 5.8, or on core PPI like 5.3. My 317 Nvidia 200Ps are for sure gonna print, right? Probably not. Would this not be the pullback before SLD downs? Seems in line with other pre-SLD periods. Sure, but SLD doesn't have that much range, right? I mean, unless we hit like 300 BPS. Why is not Upstart not going up on the possibility of lower rate increases? I don't think there is any. What do you mean possibility of lower rate increases? You mean a Fed pivot? Because I don't think that's actually happening. The rate's already as low as they're gonna go, right? The last increase was 0.25. If they do another increase, it'll probably be 0.25. It could be 0.5, but that seems unlikely. Well, it'll depend on tomorrow's data. You think AMD is going to see 65 this year? I mean, I have Leaps sold on AMD at 55, so I hope so. I hope it sees under that. Nvidia to touch 245 before the end of the week. Rip me. Moody's downgrades U.S. banking system to negative from stable. When did that happen? Yeah, I don't think the Fed's gonna pivot. Doesn't March Madness make the market run up a bit? FUBO run up during March Madness basketball? Maybe? Have you exited the call side of your straddle? No, I haven't been stopped out yet. I have a stop. Do you think SPX is headed up to 39.45? 39.35 is important. We're still $5 away from that, so we'll see. We are slowly grinding up through the negative gamma in this range. We have been for like an hour now. Does today change your SPX price targets end of the month? No, I'm still targeting that like after Opex. I'm still targeting like the like 3,900 through 38.25 range, 38.35 range. Will there ever be a day SPX does the opposite of this? I drift down on bullish data, bullish news, and data tomorrow. That's happened plenty of times. Remember when inflation first came in and it showed it was cooling? And then the market just dropped? Back in like December. And everyone was like, what the fuck is happening? Inflation's cooling. Rourke, why market no go the direction of the contracts I bought? There's the real question. Well, because other people that have those same contracts are selling them. And people are buying futures at slightly higher and higher prices throughout the morning on very, very low volume. Are you straddling tonight? Yeah. If so, how many days out? I know strike is decided near the end of the day. I'll probably keep buying them for the 24th. That seems to dodge most of the shorter term IV bump. Slowly buying GME calls, 331.25C or 19 cents. Free money. 331.25s this soon? You don't think that's a lot of fucking theta decay? I guess. I mean, you don't have much to lose on the downside. CPI came in only 1 cent cooler. Isn't this move a bit exaggerated? A little bit. I mean, most of this move occurred before the print ever happened. Like, futures are only up 100 BPS since the data came out. Any longer dated puts coming in? Probably not yet. We'll probably see longer dated put positioning come in after Opex. I can check 421 or 331. .331's pretty flat in our current range. There's some downside interest, but not a ton. Obviously the collar rolls at that point. The 421 expiration. Give me a second. 421 expiration still pretty negative. The concentration to the downside there is around 3850, but there's quite a lot of downside interest at 3800, 3750, 3700. With a significant number of calls at 4000, although those might be sold. I'm not really sure. That seems to be the only real positive gamma in our current price range is at 4000 there. And that might be just people playing the bounce back from repositioning. How low do you think Nvidia will go during the SLD period? I have no idea. It's lost some of its downside support, and gamma neutral is getting closer to the current spot. So, I mean, provided it drops a decent amount and falls below gamma neutral, then the downside potential starts to pick up. Also, I don't I don't generally track NASDAQ for SLD, but sometimes NASDAQ loses quite a bit more than the S&P. Down 40% on SPX April 21, 3,800, 3,750. Hold till rate decision or cut them if PPI cools and market goes up. I'd probably look for an opportunity to cut them during SLD, which is starting tomorrow. But we may not see any negative price action until like Thursday and Friday. These low volume, slow creep days always hurt me more than anything else. Straddles are helpful for getting through these. Do you think we might close the gap to 38.60 this week? Yeah, that's possible. You probably already mentioned it, but what is Nvidia gamma neutral? Thanks, 229. I remember how inflation came in hot and the market ripped 2%. Yeah, that happens too. Isn't PPI likely to come in pretty much in line with CPI, or am I wrong? Not necessarily. PPI's month over month was heating up more than CPI, probably due to some supply chain, like a little bit of supply chain shock because of China's reopening. That might be felt even more dramatically in this period, right? As the reopening really starts to get underway. We probably already mentioned, but what is Nvidia gamma neutral? Okay, isn't PPI likely to come in line? Nvidia 220, 215 likely this week. I'm wondering if I should cut my May 19 200p since I didn't take profits yesterday. I think there might be another downside opportunity on Nvidia this week. I don't know if it'll be you have May 19 200. I don't know when you bought those. It kind of depends on what price you picked those up at. Because of commodities pressure too, right? Yeah. 38.69 gap, big flow to peen. I would like to think wait till after SLD. Generally speaking. Okay. Are you gonna get momentum on a failure here? Yeah, see, I feel like at some point, some of these 0 DTE calls are going to want to take some profits. So we should get some sort of pullback. Although it's not happening so far. And the momentum on this is dog shit. Constant buying throughout the day. I guess everybody already mostly has puts. So not a ton of put positioning coming in because it's already there. Not a lot of call positioning coming in for tomorrow either, though. Bought Friday 880 price. Friday? What was Nvidia at Friday? Do you know what Nvidia was trading at? And if you bought when Nvidia was trading at like 236, you're not in that bad of a spot. You know, if you bought when Nvidia was trading at 228, it's a little rougher, but it's not terrible. Especially with the amount of theta you have. I can't imagine you're super exposed to a small bounce in price. The new camera's crisp as fuck. Thanks, man. If we fall below Nvidia gamma neutral, when it seemed like the market could tank a lot further down than it did, I know those 230s are gone, but I'm surprised you're confident in much downside. The realization of the positioning for the downside move has been very slow, but it's still happening. IV is dropping. IV is being shorted. Sold calls are coming in. Gamma neutral's rising, and puts are building up. And on these pumps, that just builds up more puts, right? The call interest is declining rapidly. I don't think that the bulls on Nvidia are nearly as bullish as people think they are. I think what there is on Nvidia is massive institutional ownership that wants to get the fuck out. People should look up distribution and how that works, but longs don't sell at the bottom, and they don't generally take the price the market's willing to give them. And regardless of what analysts tell the public, Nvidia is a sell. They have no future increasing revenue streams in sight. Their inventories are bloated because no one is buying their products. Their overheads are up because they're trying to develop AI systems for their next 10 years of growth, which probably won't have any realization for the next 5. And their revenue and EPS are declining at a dramatic rate year over year. So yeah, I think a lot of it's backed by hype, and I don't think there's any substantial value to Nvidia at these prices. And I will short Nvidia until I'm right. You provide a breakdown of SPX interests like you just did for Nvidia. I have, like 5 times today. There's bullish interest at 39.35 and 39.20. Everything else is bearish. We failed to break 39.35. If we continue to fail here and the 39.20 calls sell off, we can start to drop closer to the gap on the downside. I don't know if we'll fill the gap to the downside, but we could fall closer to it. The March 17, 3600p on SPX realistic? No, not really. I kind of just bought those in case it crashed. Sometimes you just throw money away on calls and see if they print. It worked out a few days last week. There was a couple days where I bought some way the fuck out of the money contracts and they went up bigly. These did not. Is the market outflow diagrams anything to look at? Because we've had 2 record days of outflow and the market has gone up, propped up on short dated options, very much so. Do you see a company like Intel in the same boat as Nvidia? No, I think Intel's still overvalued. But I think their future currently is a little brighter. I mean, they're building fabs in the US, largely funded by the CHIPS Act. Their new CEO seems to be getting things in order. They're moving into the GPU space, which will, further add competition for Nvidia and AMD in a sector where they've been mostly left alone for the last decade. I think as far as fair valuation goes, Intel's closer to a fair valuation or a good entry than Nvidia is. On a straddle play, do you cut the winner first or the loser? Depends. What if the move overnight is minimal and the direction hasn't been realized? Well, that's why I tend to buy theta on them. Otherwise, you just cut both and then reposition into the next night. I keep getting burned not buying enough theta on Nvidia. Given the political standoff happening now, how much theta should I get for Nvidia contracts bought today? I've been buying at the money for April, and then out of the money for like May, June, and September. I mean, SPX is trading at like a PE of like 18. And if you count inflation, like 23. So it's still pretty significantly overvalued compared to its historic average. Is March 31st enough exposure for GME options? I don't know how much interest there is on that date. The spreads might be kind of shit. It also might be too early to buy those, given the rate of theta decay on them is rather high. Thoughts on the March 17 3850p seems very likely, but I want to hear your opinion. Can we go up more today and start the SLD slide tomorrow? And potentially, we just failed. We just failed that test at like 39.32. I guess let's see if we fail here again after this little gap fill to the upside. If we start to see, SPX laddering down and a reverse in like a reverse in the trend, we might start to see some of the zero DTE calls that are currently propping up price action fall off. And then, yeah, we have some downside potential, but I don't think any of that'll be realized truly till after PPI. So we could see a small drop today, maybe back to like 3,900, maybe a little bit below, but and that would probably just be on the addition of puts for neutral positioning tomorrow. But don't forget that today's going to be generally, like overall, it's going to be fairly boring. Most of the calls that were going to come in to stabilize pricing came in yesterday. Those are still there. Most of the puts needed to hedge the downside were bought, last week. So I think the positioning in this range is already relatively flat. I don't expect us to move a lot either way from like this point forward. So there's probably like a $25 range on the current price. And at where we're trading now, the up and downside are equally likely. Looks like futures might be failing a little bit lower here. Contract in front. Do I not have that pulled up anywhere? Fuck. Looks like SPF and bank are recovering a bit today. Playing devil's advocate for the Nvidia bull case, can analysts be putting a 300 billion valuation on AI tech in the coming years and weighing that in Nvidia's favor, much like Tesla in the EV space? Sure. Except Tesla made money selling cars. Nvidia isn't making money selling AI. I'm so happy the market is saved and nothing bad is ever going to happen. That's a bit outlandish. Do you think you'll ever develop a New York accent? No. I've never had one. I tried calculating net gamma exposure for 1% move on SPX with Python for the first time. I got 267 billion. That sounds a bit off. I have a few sources for gamma exposure and none of them are coming to the same calculation you are. Let's see something here. Nope. It's a bit odd. Read statements by financial people. I'm not a fan of regarding the SVB reaction. While a bit hyperbolic, I kind of agree with the angle. It's like we have the same positions. I have no idea. So you're saying that you find their take hyperbolic? I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to get across there. Market up 340 BPS since yesterday's low. I refuse to believe that traditional institutions aren't getting absolutely shafted by this price action as well as us. Only winners are volatility shorts. They're doing okay. Do you think SPX 4100Cs for next week are yummy? No? Maybe 4000s. I wouldn't buy 4100s expecting it to hit. Don't forget the collar's still very much at 4065. I want to know how you get the countdown timer on your WeBull charts. I want to know how to get rid of it because it's annoying. Yeah, I'm looking at the data from close yesterday too. Genslers. Hey Greg, sorry if you already answered this a million times. Do you see this March Opex has a good chance of meaningful price-wise? Or is it a 50-50 chance? I mean, I think it looks good. I'd still like to see Jimmy get shorted a little harder. Today's price action, I like. If we fall more into SLD, I'd like that. Well, I'd like that even more. Hmm. $39.32. 39.32, 39.35. No more calls coming in, which is... Oh, there's not a lot of fucking puts coming in either. 39.35, 39.40 has picked up a little bit of gamma. Not much. We still haven't crossed over to the positive side of the gamma here at 39.35 yet. Although this push looks more likely to see realization of it than the previous one did. Anything changed on the long term? Uh, 60, 65, 70, and 75 are skewing a little more bullish. The largest concentration of gammas near us is still at 3,900 though, which is dragging things down a bit. Skew adjusted negative, the skew adjusted GEX is negative 8.4 billion. Nave is negative 18. Yeah, we still we still need to see the upside of like 39.35 for a bigger move. If we do though, I'm probably gonna pick up some more calls. Just straddle this. How did I find out my girlfriend of 11 years isn't just two little people in a trench coat? Take off the trench coat? Any update on Fubo? Any chance it goes back to 4 within the year? It may go up with Opex. It looks okay right now for a move on Opex. It's a little more liquid than some of the other stocks we look at, but it can still run. Chart settings axis, do not display the countdown. Oh, okay. Oh, thank God. All right. This is the biggest S&P up day since January 6th. No, it's fucking not. Is it really? Huh. Interesting. Yeah. I thought the March 3rd would have been more. It's notionally more, but percentage-wise, way less. Sorry if you answered. Already been slammed at work. SLD, you're expecting positive price action or chop? Not down, though, right? Why wouldn't I expect down? On a scale of nope to dope, how dope is this price action? Super fucking boring. Nobody has any theta, so they're really ultra sensitive positionally to like $5 moves. Brendan T, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Second and third are both just over 2% gains in a day, so yeah, it is. Well, the day's not over yet, so we'll see. Actually, we're only a couple hours into it. I'm so proud of the markets being irrationally exuberantly resilient while the economy is a shit sandwich. Yeah, that's fun. Breaking news, due to the horribly boring market action, the Fed and U.S. Treasury Department have walked away from their responsibilities, single-handedly solving inflation as well as the banking crisis. Do you ever get frustrated with the market doing the opposite of what you think it should do? Nah, not really. It feels like we should have crashed with the CPI info. Why? It was, like, neutral. We probably need to see month over month PPI be worse as well. We also just have SLD. And the realization of any downside due to inflation won't come about probably until the Fed meeting. The market isn't going to take it upon itself to assume the Fed's rate decision, right? And if it does, it's probably going to skew bullish. What different between this March SLD versus last year's March SLD? I'm scared it might be the same and rip like last year. We dropped overnight last year on March SLD. We had like a 200 BPS drop overnight, and then we started moving up. But there was still like a big overnight drop during the SLD period. Sometimes SLD is not as persistent. Like it doesn't always lead to like 3 days of sell-offs, but there's still usually at least one moderate sell-off in the overnight period, if nothing else. How much should we go down on average over SLD? Do you have any metrics? Didn't you measure it that one time? I backtested it at one point and it was like between like 1.8 and 2.45 or something like that. I feel like you did. I think you did it not that long ago. I'll check your DMs to me, but yeah, I think that was something that you did a while back. Imagine you have some, or maybe Carl did it. I can't remember. I imagine if you have some conversations with those close to you that ask your thoughts on the market, what fact data seems to get their attention about the potential downturn? I really don't. I don't generally talk to people close to me about the market. If someone was wearing a near $11 per contract entry, near $11 per contract entry on 619 385 P's for SPY, would they be big smart or a bit too exuberant? I think entering puts right now is not a great time. I think this is what sets people up so badly. Everyone's moving into their puts too soon and then not moving out of them when they're profitable. You're like, oh, it's pulled back a little bit. Time to buy more puts, but it hasn't pulled back the full extent that it can. We can easily see like 4,000, 4060 by middle of next week. Also, thoughts on JFresh's theory that these ups can be share recall driven across the market. They can be. Wasn't we like dropped on Monday, then ran all the way into the end of March last March? At the same time, GME Opex big. Do you see this month happens exactly the same? No, I think macro conditions are drastically different than they were last March. Basically, the government stepping in on SVB like they did was not the right move for my port, but saying it's the collapse of capitalism or introduction to socialist banking is going too far. Well, you got to remember that there's people that are short treasuries, like Ken Griffin, and then there are people that have a lot of vintage notes that they can't sell for cash, like Goldman Sachs. So I bought Nvidia puts too soon, unless you plan on averaging them down, or you closed a significant chunk of them profitably yesterday. Possibly. We still have SLD. So there can be another chance to get out of them or reposition them. Oh god, I'm hearing a lot of Meet Kevin parrots in here. Get your own ideas, people. Who's Meet Kevin? SLD's over next Monday. So unless there a big call volume coming in, the top of the run still around 26 to 27. For GME, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's got a lot of potential right now. Although that can change as we approach earnings. Gamma Max can move up like $3 to $4 before the first, like between now and OPEC settlement. And then it can move up another like $4 or $5 once it starts running. If it starts running. SLD to drop Nvidia to 0? No. But it could drop it below gamma neutral. The problem you have in this price range with Nvidia is that the market maker is buying into falling prices. So it rises faster than it falls. Gork Spy VWAP is at 389. I love it. Nice. I closed my SPY 317 puts before the pump, repositioned into 420 pump, 421 puts too early. Bought calls this morning to hedge, took profits a little too early. I should probably give it a rest. I mean, yeah, don't get stopped out of your hedge too soon. Why do YouTubers make weird thumbnails with their face? I don't know. I don't make any thumbnails. I have no idea what it does for the algo. I caught one of his vids yesterday because the title that had my kind of laugh at CNBC clickbait in the title and socialist banking were his words. It's too late to buy some bank stocks. If not, I just got some Schwab, but it doesn't feel fun enough. Understandable. Whatever happened to all the long vol positioning on GME? Did they eat a big shit sandwich? I mean, most of it closed out when volatility pumped in January, and then again in early Feb. Like when I started selling covered calls. What level on Nvidia did the MM start selling into rising prices? Below 229. I've been meaning to make one of those clickbait thumbnails. My bad. It's okay, trash. Bear, bear, bull, bear, bull, 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 bear. Can we see another pump tomorrow if PPI comes in neutral flat? Yeah. It's less likely because we have SLD, but sure. Last year, the March downs and the SLD period all happened before Tuesday. Okay. There was a pullback on Wednesday, but after an off hours pump. So that low was the high from Tuesday and the previous Friday. Okay. I mean, that could be the case again. I don't really think that's necessarily applicable to now. This is a different March. What's your longer term 3 to 6 month PT on SPX? Lower. 30, like 3 to 6 months, 3750 to 3600. Provided it doesn't crash. Q1 earnings could change that. The reason why Jamie and Upstart pumped during February SLD. I remember at the time, February SLD. Did they pump a little bit before that? I think they just moved up hard with the market that day, if I remember correctly. Is that like the 15th? Wasn't the 15th one of the deferral dates? If I remember correctly. I think I have them posted in the announcements channel on the Discord. Double check them, but I think the 15th was like the last deferral date in the series. I know Upstart pumped like a lot harder than GME did. Yo, dude, so considering this price action, everything associated with it. Wait, do you know the Fed is a bank? Yes. I need a steep correction before the wife gets home. Why? How the fuck did we move down this much and no one made money? Sold my hedge too soon. Overheld. The word is overheld. I did? Okay. Then what? You just want more? That's greedy. Upstart, a nice price here. It's not bad. I'd still rather get it cheaper. Don't feel bad. I got greedy too. But I still cut like 50% of my position yesterday at 3,800. Well, not at 3,800, but the bounce off 3,800. Everyone here is likely new-ish, and is likely scared to miss out on a crash. Yeah, there's no MOASSes. So keep that in the back of your mind at all times. I made a lot of a lot on puts last week, but now I'm down half of what I made on the 317s I have open. Hedging with calls now seems a bit precarious. Well, yes, you have no theta. So you've repositioned into terrible positioning. And now you're continuing to hold it at a loss for reasons that I'm not sure I can figure out. But I guess if you have a call hedge that is of equal weight, you're fine. We made money, took the profits, but then bought back in. It's SLD. I don't need to worry about my 331 puts. Me yesterday. Okay. I made money and sold my short dated stuff. You better hope Powell's bearish as fuck. Sold my short dated stuff and moved into June and May puts. Those are now down, but I have theta, so I'm not as worried. Okay. That's a little bit better repositioning. I did, but not as much as I could have. Also, your camera blurred specifically while you were hitting your vape then and cleared after. Is this to make it a more family-friendly stream? No, at least that wasn't the intention. What FUD? Unsubscribed. What FUD? Is Nvidia the market? Yeah. It's a chunk of it. It wasn't terrible positioning yesterday. Okay. Have you made any attempts to get JPOW on the show? No? I don't think I could pay his speaking fee, to be perfectly frank. It's pricey, you know? He's an expensive guy to get on board. Hmm. That's some interesting price action for the day. Gonna fail there? Hold on one second. Ooh. Nope. You don't think SLD will bring us back towards 3,800? I don't know if it'll bring us all the way back to 3,800. That seems like a bit of a fucking stretch. How long until institutions realize that Nvidia is a steaming pile and they unload their bags? What makes you think institutions don't already realize that? SPY almost no shares to borrow left. Next stop, Reg Show. It obviously will never happen, but it would be funny. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Call's still coming in above the current level on SPX. Not significantly. Puts are coming in too. Most of the options volume dried up like 20 minutes ago. I haven't seen a lot of volume coming in either way for a little while now. I held through the whole thing, but I only have April 21s and May 20s. Was that a bad play? At least I kept my 317 call hedge. I don't know. It would have been good to take some profits. That's the point of doing this, is to make money, not to become a millionaire overnight. I think that's where people get burned the most, is they're always looking to like cash out on one big thing one time and then they're done forever. And that's the odds of that happening are slim to none. Please help me 10x my money. Yeah, it's that fucking MOASS mentality. You're right, Hazy. It just persists and persists and persists. And I don't know how to bludgeon it to death. Like, people see 30% gains in their port and they're like, this is garbage. No, that's, you fucking do 30% every day and you're Musk in 20 years. Like, the DFV effect may have caused more harm than good for retail. Yeah. Why are you telling me the truth? Unliked. I thought you said you already unsubbed and were leaving earlier. Give me CERN and rev levels of all or nothing. I mean, while those opportunities exist, those aren't the ones that, you know, you should be playing every day. Like, since we started calling all of this, the market moved down like 800 fucking BPS. Everyone should have made some money. Like, some really good money. I can see 900% and say, I think I'll go higher and sell at less than 100% gains. At least it wasn't a loss. I'm out of money. I spent it all on CERN and Rev. Well, till April, right? Maybe you'll get your wish. Give me a Stern talking to. I'm an orphan. I've been preparing my whole life for this. No doubt, still think the market is headed lower over the next month or two. Yeah, I do. You're right. My partner got $40 calls on the dip, on the second dip of GME in 2021, and turned $360 into 25K. She's been chasing that ever since. It's just, I mean, it happens, right? Like, your exposure to the market will ensure that something like that will probably happen to you at some point in time. And when it does, hopefully it's on one of your bigger positions, right? But it's not like an every day, every week thing, right? Good time to DCA for puts on Nvidia. It's not a terrible price to DCA them at, although I would still wait till next week to buy more puts on Nvidia. Like, I'll be looking to next week to average down and buy more. Unless I get a chance to get out over the next couple days with SLD. But otherwise, yeah, I'll be looking at next week. Maybe it's because we talked all weekend about a crash, and now it's just straight up. Crashes are rare. It looked like shit, but things change. And they change fast, and you've got to move with that. And when it does, you'll break even for all the losses sustained the years chasing that dragon, right? What do you think? 100K into Gen 24 Nvidia 200Ps. All or nothing. I mean, you don't even need it to move much to make like 20-30% on that. It's funny that really every day that moves against the consensus in here makes everyone doubt their whole life. Yeah. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the positioning in the market and the moves today haven't really been that substantial. I still think next week looks positive, though, and that's something that people should be keeping in mind. Because they should not be getting burned on next week and the market moving up. There's we're in like a pimento situation. There's a significant amount of puts expiring on March 17th. Now, a lot of those are rolling forward to the 21st right now, which is bearish. But the capitulation of those puts will cause short-term upside. That and then additional call positioning going into the Fed meeting on Wednesday. So don't be greedy over fucking holding puts into next week, especially if you don't have a lot of theta. I rolled my entire SPX position to April and took my cost basis off the table. Nice. Hopefully it moved down more than just what we gained during SLD. VIX crush is what I'm getting killed by. Yeah, I mean, when you buy, this was the point about not expending all of your, like, you don't double down, right? You take profits and then you can reposition with your profits, but you keep your initial capital allocation and you put it back in your fucking account and leave it there. Right, the whole chasing the price action and doubling down and doubling down and doubling it down, that's just how you blow up your port when anything moves against you, right? Define a lot of theta. 45 plus. I mean, a lot is like 90. I'm holding my 331 until end of day Thursday. Thoughts? Might not be bad, especially if we start to see some negative price action from SLD. The SPX is starting to slip right now, which is good. It needs to slip a bit more to fall into a truly bearish range, but it's slipping nonetheless. So I haven't missed this, but one, what do you make of this pump in bank stocks today? Well, the fear is diminishing. Two, do you think that it is contributing to a market-wide pump? It's not hurting. I mean, it's a significantly large sector that's moving up. So yeah, I'm sure it's helping establish a baseline of buying across the indexes. So April 21 is bad beyond next week. I was planning to cut if nothing happens from SLD anyway, but I'm just curious. April 21 is bad, like, it starts to get worse into the end of next week, right? But it's enough to hold through the Fed decision. Happy Pi Day. Happy Pi Day to you, Ending. I'm down 93% on my March 20 SPY puts. Okay. Is it worth repositioning to March 31 or something, or is it already GG? I have no idea what strike you have. It depends on your strike. It sounds like it's dead. I mean, you have a little bit of theta, but you need a really sharp move down to get any of that back. You might be able to get out better during SLD, but only if you're close enough to the money that you can go in the money. What do you think is killing the VIX? Low volume and rising prices. I could have done much better, but I took some good profits, and I'm still up on my remaining April puts. Now let's fill the gap so my tiny zero DTE position can print. Nice. Walk-in, would you hold a April 21 4000p? Because I am. I'll probably be picking some up over the next few days. VIX is still a little high, but yeah, I'll be grabbing some. I'm not sure that those are better than just getting like calls on GME and Tesla and stuff, but they might be. 4,000's not ideal. 3950 is a little bit better, especially if we drop into SLD. Is this Ask Pickle about my bad position day? Those usually come every other day. FOMC is 22nd. Yeah. That puts you about 30 days out from the April 21st expiration. No SPY, no. Your bouncing is over. Down SPY, down. We'll see. Futures have a pretty important support here to the downside that they just bounced off of at 39.65. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. Nvidia really finna squart. It doesn't have a lot of squart potential at these prices, but it will drive up with indexes rising because it's so heavily weighted. VIX under 20 during SLD. VIX could come back up a little bit during SLD, although I don't know if we'll drop fast enough to really slam the gas on the VIX. SPY 390 or 331 or 421 for an SLD play. I might buy this afternoon for like a 2-day hold. 331's probably enough. I don't think your overnight theta is all that bad on those. I have 331 3925p that's up about 20% still. Cut now, you think, or wait to see what SLD brings? I mean, since you're still up, you could wait to see if SLD gives you any price improvement, but I probably would have had a stop on it yesterday when we were trading $125 lower. We have Ask PiFi, my bad position day. Oh, roast my SPX 3940, 3960 bear call spread. Wait, aren't you just killing it right now? Did you sell it when the VIX was up? Careful with PPI tomorrow. With the current stupidity of the market, what are your thoughts on Nvidia? Are you moving out of your puts? If I get another opportunity to exit them, I will. Otherwise, I'll just average them down. Do you see any chance that the money the banks get from the new Fed facility will be used to pump the stock market for a longer time? No. First of all, there's conditions on those, right? And they're only there. That facility is only there to cover vintage notes that they are unable to move for cash liquidity. And they're not gonna move their notes for cash liquidity unless there's a run on the bank. All right, they're just like HTM. They're hold to maturity, right? There was a run on SVB. There was a run on Signature. Those banks had depositor runs. Did you read the DT I wrote last night? It's not just like free money for banks. That's not how the program works. First of all, it's got an upper cap of 25 billion. So it's not really very significant at all. Same like get a loan for HTE for cash now. I mean, no, because so you're offsetting well, you're paying a premium on the advance rate in order to bag liquidity in the short term, right? Dork. It's HTM, by the way, not HTE. Schwab's unrealized losses on HCM securities are 171% of its equity capital. What do you think of that? Huh. That doesn't sound right. I have some stuff I wrote up on Schwab the other day. I'll have to dig it up. I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head. That's on Palantard in the short term. Looks like it can move back up to 850, 930-ish. I mean, as long as it stays under 10, I don't give a shit what it does. TA-wise, aren't low volume moves less sticky? Yes. AKA today's rebound on SPX relative to recent week's trend. Generally speaking, yeah. Low volume bounces are unlikely to persist, but not always. Sometimes they just stabilize things enough for an actual reversal to come in. Collateralizing your bags for cash now at a premium IE loan. Yeah, it's really not the beneficial program people seem to think it is. It also, again, has a cap, a very low cap, relative to most large banks of 25 billion, right? Like large banks can't do shit with an extra $25 billion. It's nothing for them, right? It's a relevant system put in place for regional banks, especially regional banks that are currently facing down deposit risk because of vintage notes. But outside of that very specific situation, it's really not like the quantitative easing that a lot of pundits are trying to make it out to be. Look, I want to be outraged. I'm sorry. Why are we talking about the JG Wentworth of banking? Okay, I'm a tiny bit worried about Opex. I might close towards end of week with SLD down, pushing to hopefully 50% max profit, and then reopen during Opex. Okay, I mean, you should be doing well just on VIX cooling, right? It's eventually you'll get to the point where you'll be able to more advantageously position those with naked calls, and you'll be able to sell off the call hedge once you have like confirmation of the trend. Why the fuck is Bowman speaking after hours today? I think he was already scheduled well in advance of all the bullshit. Yeah, so bullish for the treasury. Always is. The real concern there though, Dork, is that like treasury liquidity dries up enough that other countries start to get worried about it, right? Other central banks start to get concerned with their unrealized losses on US treasuries. And those are like 20 and 30 year notes, right? That's where that's the real bank run. Yeah. And that's the thing that JPOW's not going to be fucking responsible for, right? That's where Yellen has to step in and provide treasury liquidity through quantitative easing. Really, they're really trying to thread the fucking needle now. It's getting bad. Japan has other reasons they might need to sell US treasuries, and that's why I've been watching them for so long as a catalyst. They have uh, some pretty serious issues with their their quantitative easing under like Abenomics, and the fact that the spread on their CPI to PPI is still like 20 BP or 20%. Sorry, not 20 BPS, 20%. How do I buy puts for SLD or just chase with zero DTs tomorrow? Somehow fail with both, but which one has more pizzazz? I mean, SLD is generally best captured with like 30 DTE puts held for 2 days. I've found that that's the most stable position and easiest to get out of if it moves against you. Yeah, I mean, I've been short the Nikkei and long yen for almost a year now, and it's the moves, with Japan coming in and stepping into the FX market and buying bonds. I've made little profits here and there, like enough to sustain the position, but at some point something needs to break there, and their largest holding is still US treasuries. I think that's part of the reason you know Kenny's short treasuries. The other one was, the obvious banking dilemma with uh you know with so much influx of capital through early, late in 2019, early 2020, and then from late 2020 through 2021, um, banks are sitting on obscene amounts of vintage notes, that are hard to extract par value out of. Especially as rates keep rising. And that's why you see so many institutions coming out and pushing for the Fed to drop rates or to stop raising them, right? Because, with every treasury issuance, it becomes harder and harder to move those prior notes, right? And if they drop the rates, then those notes, start to pick up more liquidity again. What was the CPI number? For year over year, we were down 0.1. Inflation, that's core. Inflation year over year down 0.4. Month over month, we were uh down 0.1 on inflation, but up 0.1 on core inflation. So relatively flat. Not cool, not hot, just kind of nothing. Did you answer my previous chat? If I can find it. But can the treasuries that are accounted to be free to trade be moved to their other balance sheet with their HTM stuff and the other way around? I don't quite understand that. So basically, they're forfeiting. They'd be forfeiting the hold to maturity treasury in order for a liquidity influx now up to a cap of $25 billion, right? And then that is the holding period is being offset by the interest rate that the Fed is charging on the advance loan against that security, right? So that creates effectively a zero cost to the taxpayer. I mean, the taxpayer still has costs associated with the facilitation of everything, but you think Congress has been triggered and will start taking this seriously? I fucking doubt it. They're all just chomping at the bit to fuck with the debt ceiling in 2 months, right? Thoughts on shorting NASDAQ here and wait? Especially for far dated shit, I'd wait till next week. Wait till the Fed decision's in, right? Before buying like any far dated puts right now. Unless you're just trying to capture SLD real fast. And then remember that SLD is not a guarantee, especially after all the volatility we've seen lately. No one really knows how SLD is going to play out. We're sipping support. Actually, futures already broke down below 39.65 on the contract in front. I need to stop saying that. The roll period's almost over. The futures almost broke below 39.65 here, or they did. They're breaking below 39.60 right now. Next significant support's at 39.55. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Little bounce here. Any momentum on this? Not yet. Retesting 39.62 on futures. Maybe failing the retest. That would be pretty nice and bearish. VIX staying pretty flat here, which is a good sign. It's causing Nvidia to continue levitating. It's in a positive gamma range right now. It'll rise more than it falls for the time being. If JPM is a fortress, then what is Nvidia? An overvalued piece of shit. Get some antihistamines? For what? $200 MAs at 39.40. Do you think that will maintain a resistance? It could. Let's see what happens here. We broke up through 39.62, which I'm not a big fan of. Now we're losing a little ground on VIX too. Although, to be fair, there's at least some room on the technical side of this range. I'll see what happens. Zero GTEs. So many fucking out of the money puts. Puts are picking up. The 3900 strikes picked up a bunch. 39.25 as well. There's a decent amount of calls in this range that could sell off, but we still need to. Yeah, we still need to break down below 39.20. And maybe we'll get enough momentum off this. A failure here might give us enough momentum. You're blurry. I am not. Crystal clear. AMC halted down. Fun. News. More dilution. Why? I had made so much on Nvidia calls every time it touched 230. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good time to make money on it. I hope you're doing well. I'm trying to take a more passive approach to GME. Do you think now is a good time to buy? It's not a terrible price. It could be, warning, it could be cheaper by the end of the week. So there could still be a potential to buy it in a lower range. Like there's definitely some room to the downside here, although the current price isn't bad historically. Yeah, no problem, man. Glad I could help. What is it you always say? So goes AMC, so goes the market? No, I've never said that. AMC halted down an ape jumping. Their vote to recombine is tomorrow. I keep eyeing the ape arbitrage play. I think most of that's probably closed out at this point. Ken Griffin's selling his gold mines because it's a piece of shit, Gherk. Well, I know that. But a halt down means something's happened, right? GME's still dragging with it. I always think that's the most fucking hysterical thing. I'm pretty sure you've said that hundreds of times. Never. Announcement from AMC that they're holding a listen-only special meeting. Yeah, you wouldn't want shareholders' opinions influencing anything. If I owned AMC, I would create an augmented reality battlefield with tons of hookah and alcohol. That sounds like not bad. Laser tag, but with holograms. That's not as fun. AMC to $1. How far off is it? Can you show the GME tips? Yeah, sure. I think I have them open. Boom. So still a little bit of liquidity left here in XRT that we may see realized. That's why I said there's still room for us to move, you know, into this range right here. Because of that little extra liquidity. Which puts us around 1550 again. If the market dumps during SLD into that, we could go lower, like 1360. $230s, $225s, $210s, $200s, $190s, $180s. What more will you have me do, Nvidia? I mean, it looks like we're already starting to see some like call side profit taking on the day, so we're getting like a little bit of a distributive effect. We might drop more into like the mid afternoon. Slow though. It's a slow drop. So 1350, 1550, buy some $16 leaps and see where Opex takes us. I'd probably buy them higher than 16, but yeah, that's not the worst plan. I remember listening to an AMC Twitter space last summer, and they were fiercely arguing whether it could hit 100K while it was trading at $12. You know, Turd's gotten me to listen to like one or two. He always like posts the like fucking Twitter spaces for AMC, and I've listened into like two of them, and they have been the most fucking delusional and wildly incorrect like meetings I've ever participated in. It's somehow worse than GME. GME hit 16 by Friday, Opex next week. So flip 30 to 45 DTE calls. Yeah, you can do that. I would probably go closer to 45 if I were picking them up this week. SPX slipping back to 38.90? That's bold. Like I said, when we were trading at 39.25, we probably have a $25 range. I don't think we're falling fast enough to see a gap fill, at least not yet. Momentum can pick up. There's still a lot of puts, but I think this is the end of ups on SPX. Could be. Or it's just a big wedge. I mean, we need to break down more. We need to move sufficiently below 39.20 to confirm that we are done moving up. There's still a point of stabilization and a place where we can bounce to the downside right now. I can like try to make this, I guess, obvious. So right here, this test needs to fail in order for us to keep moving down. If this bounces, then we're gonna stay fucking locked, and well, we're gonna stay locked in this upper range. It must be the tons of crime, not because they diluted their float. They diluted it so fucking much. Fubo dead. Fubo just doing the same shit all the other meme stocks are doing right now, which is going down. AA is a fucking genius. What an absolute legend. Preying on the poors. I mean, he wasn't just preying on the poors, he was preying on the poor and the stupid. You had to be both to have any hope on AMC after it fell from $70. Can you say SPX to 3,700? My puts would thank you. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. $10-1 reverse split on AMC. Now they can dilute another 1,000%. I guess AMC is having like some sort of closed meeting or something. Who gives a shit? I still don't get how actually AMC got to $70 in the first place. Crazy week. Well, a lot of it propagated by insane amounts of out of the money call buying, right? And then, you know, standard Opex shit. So just massively elevated gamma max. The irony of the GME AMC thing was I think there were far more options buyers on AMC during that period of time than there were on GME. GME was expensive. AMC was still very cheap to buy out of the money options on. I don't get why crypto has been pumping, because people think it's a safe place to store their money. Everything defensive and safe. Oh, we broke down. We did get the bounce, but we failed it and we broke down. That's a big deal. Now we want to slip under 39.20. Huh. Nice. VIX up? VIX back above 23? That was a critical failure. That's pretty important for the rest of our day. Aha. My 0DT puts aren't dead. Critical margin? No. Jesus Christ. Play the bear song. Okay, it's not that big of a drop. You drew a triangle, had a contingency. How did you identify 39.20 as the resistance there? How do you know that's critical? Where can I learn that aside from asking you? Well, I mean, I guess you can learn it from asking me. So 39.20 is the call support to the downside. Below 39.20, so the calls are mostly 0DT. So below 39.20, there's a incentive to capitulate on those calls, right? But if we bounce there, you know, we can get more call volume coming in as bulls are emboldened, right? Since the bounce failed, that's likely to lead to stops getting closed out and a failure of that support. Play the damn bear song, Sonny. Hold on. If it's just gonna bounce slightly lower, fuck it. The bear song is gonna be what drives the price action, right?
You wanna ride it up and move, you won't. Sell the top and move, you don't. Your stock is going down, not up. Your base is upside down. You're stuck, your head is knocking like it's who's there. Bear, bear. Be scared, not a fucking care bear. Bear, bear. Don't care, all up in your dare, yeah. Bear, bear. Big bear and now your board is down, 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 down.
You say thank you. All right, you little bitches. Get up,
Bear, bear, rah, rah, rah. I just hope it keeps failing. Some fucking futures pump to come in and bounce us back above 39.20 so they can hold the fucking line with their shitty zero DTs. VIX still isn't above 23. Now we gotta do one of these fun things. Please don't dilute this. Marvelous bear song. Pretty pleased with lots of make white on top. Thank you so much, Seacraft. I won't. I think Yuri's gonna post his like SoundCloud or Spotify on the music channel too. If you guys ever wanna check out his stuff. Play AMC as a dud. No. What is this crypto pump? I've been over this. Why did I just listen to a bear song written like it was on the album with the Monster Mash? Here goes my free message, I guess. Shakes my head. Thanks, Thunder86. I don't know. Well, you could have muted it, I guess. 2-year yield rising. Good. Can you offer advice on setting stops for profit and a way to not get caught in stop losses, or just generally setting them too tight? And you can wait till the option's profitable and set them at break even and then move them up as it becomes more profitable with each like change in the price, right? So, you know, you can, it depends on how actively you're managing it, but you can move it up, you know, like a little bit, like every 2% move you move it up, or every 1% move you move it up. This fucking piece of shit. Up. See? Too soon on the bear song. I knew it. Okay, that'd be cool. No, just fail. Who are these people? I'll buy another one of these. No, the momentum on futures is still kind of shit. I think this will fail. I just don't know where. I might move all the way up and retest. Block it with the lines. I'm just trying to figure out if it's going to get enough momentum to break the upside of this or not. Fucking Christ. If I was gonna begin getting back into SPX put, should I wait until after FOMC next week? Yes. Straddle the meeting and cut calls after. I mean, you could do that too, but yeah, I would wait. Why is retail pumping the market? Sentiment is very split, and longs are not out. Like institutional longs have not sufficiently sold off their big fat bags. Exciting day today, huh? No, just the worst. Did AMC halts unlock some liquidity for GME to be pushed down with the market harder? No, I don't think so. There was already liquidity there. Might have added a little bit more encouragement to short it though. US Treasuries 2-year rises 40 basis points on the day to 4.38%. Okay. So recovering after the big SVB post SVB run on Treasuries. Super cool watching GME mirror the AMC move. They're still in some ETFs together. Well, GME nor AMC are in IWM right now. They're both in the Russell 1000. Future's gonna fail the test or no? Let me see if any puts are coming in. I've never seen Bruce eating a pizza bagel. That's true, I haven't. I think I've only watched Bruce's stream for like 10 minutes though. 3950, 3945, 3940, 3935. Okay, so a little bit of in the money. 3925 is looking pretty decent. Tough to bridge that gap. And then support now at 3905 and 3910. But not on the longer term, right? Yeah, those are all negative out there. The 3900 is still super fucking negative. I don't know. There's enough puts at 3900 that I'd be surprised if we don't end up under it at some point soon. I got trapped in my puts, now unprofitable. If theta out to April and May, you advise against purchasing more right now. Would it be worth it to get out of my current puts? Possibly during the SLD period, there may be an opportunity to get out of them. If not, then yeah, I would wait to average down. Sounds like you have a decent amount of theta, at least on part of your position. April's still not bad. And we haven't reached the point where Aprils are starting to run a serious risk. Bruce has classes now? Why is everyone on this classes bandwagon? Bruce is a Chad. He got his viewers to buy SoFi above 20. I love that, dude. When you sell your GME 2024 puts, you're using margin, correct? Would you use the same strategy for cash? I mean, I'm only using margin if I move in excess of the cash I have available. People seriously underestimate how good Publix is for steaks and baked goods. Their soups and Sammy's next level too. Interesting. I've never been to a Publix. Is that in Florida? Tesla up 5%? No, I want a discount. I'm really glad I closed my Tesla puts already. Because women love a guy who wears classes. That makes sense. When does charm kick in? Probably towards the end of the week. It's having some effect already, but market maker charm exposure is still negative. Classes equal only way to make money when you're an investor, trader, financial guru, etc. Wouldn't you make money just being an investor or a trader or financial guru? Like those all seem like prerequisites to making money, not classes. Is the correlation between GME and AMC evident now? The GME's price is dropping with AMC. I guess it's a little bit more on display than it usually is. You saw the same effect back in January when AMC and Bobby halted and Jamie started like doing crazy shit. If you were one, then you wouldn't do classes. Well, exactly. Yeah, you just make money doing the thing you do. I know I used to be part of this like Discord trading group back in like 2020. And like two of the guys in there had taken classes from what's his fucking name? Like warrior trading. They give that guy so much fucking money and learn nothing. They were easily the two worst traders in the whole Discord. Cab, think Publix of Texas has a gourmet subchain of stores called Central Market, Awesome Sammy's, Foie Gras Duck Bacon, Wagyu. I doubt the family makes any profit, but it's cool for foodies. I mean, I'm sure they do, right? They just upcharge. A lot of that shit gets cheaper when you start buying it in bulk. Gorgeous entry on crowd on daily interval. I entered earlier today at 124. RBB. It's got, yeah, I mean, it can Opex, I guess. There's more potential there. Remember when Matt Kors made 100K a month from YouTube and lost it all on AMC calls? I don't think he ever had that many AMC calls. Remember how boring it was to do school stock? What if that's the only way you make money? Oh, I off myself. Right? Just done. I would get a job at a hedge fund before I made that my only job. Gross. My roommate is going schizo mode about the SVB situation. Apparently it's got a lot of people worried about their money and the economy at large. What's your take? I actually did like a whole write-up on the SVB situation last night, if you want to show it to him. I don't know if that'll help him a lot, but I don't think the contagion risk is all that big outside of regional banks. And if he's really that uncomfortable, I mean, he can just move to a national, like a bigger national bank. Or you can move to like a brokerage. You can move your cash to a brokerage. Brokerages are custodians of your funds, and so they're not exposed to the same like depositor risk that a bank is. Because a bank takes your money and they invest it. A brokerage takes your money and holds it. So someone like Fidelity could arguably be safer if the contagion was more widespread. But you lose access to like checking generally. Although I think Fidelity has checking accounts. I don't remember. Why are poors worried about their banks? None of them have close to $250,000. That's true. I don't know. Failure of the FDIC, which seems extremely unlikely. I keep all my money at IBKR and it's all in US dollars. I love it. Fidelity has electronic bill pay. Yeah, they do. The issue with being in the brokerage is that my money is at the risk of the dreaded zero DTE contagion. Is that how Half Squart gambled away all his rent money? Greg, when I dream about you, I wake up happy. I can't say that I've ever dreamed about you, Kendra, but I'm sure if I did, it would be a happy dream. Fidelity does have checking? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yeah, so they're arguably less exposed to the treasury risk that like smaller regional banks are. The U.S. banks have fail-in protections. I mean, we have FDIC, and then our brokerages have SPIC. So unless you're, you know, overextended in your account, then you're insured. I had I had a checking account in a bank that closed, and you know, the switchover process was very easy. Like online banking and everything, like up and running within 48 hours. What happened if FDIC failed? I mean, how? Right? There's so many layers of money printing before that ever happens. Like, we would devalue the shit out of our currency long before the FDIC ever failed. Tom Nash, YouTuber, did a nice video yesterday on how bad the SVB management did. They didn't hedge at all. He even talked about a caller. A lot of parallels on trading mistakes, my take. I disagree. I think the SVB management didn't have really any idea how at risk they were. I mean, obviously their models weren't factoring in, a depositor run of like 20% of their total assets, right? First off, like there was no way they were predicting that. They should have been, but they weren't. And then because of the nature of their business, they weren't carrying huge amounts of cash. And so you end up in a liquidity crunch. And realistically, the Fed could have just implemented the system they put in place in advance of the failure of the bank, and the bank never would have failed. So the fact that the Fed had no interest in preserving the bank is pretty, I think that's pretty telling about the direction JPA is going to take moving forward. Do you think there's a reduced SLD with current price action? No, why? Do you think there is? SLD is not a guarantee of anything, first of all, right? It's simply a point in time at which, margin levels need to be sustained in order to offset the risk of Opex, right? That's why it occurs before Opex. Obviously Opex and derivative positioning increases risk around this time of the month, especially going into quad witching. So, if additional margin requirements need to be met, then stocks need to be sold. It's very simple. And knowing the amount that needs to be sold and is completely fucking arbitrary. I think people put too much weight on SLD expectations to start off with. Like, I think everyone's got this idea in their head that like SLD is somehow this like guaranteed 200 to 300 BPS drop, and a lot of the drops we see in SLD have to do with, through 2021 had to do with, margins being massively overextended, right? And now we see it because the markets are very illiquid and are sensitive to large scale sell-offs, right? Over time, as the market ideally becomes more healthy, the effects of SLD will be less apparent. There's a very good reason I don't think that the C-suite of SVB had any idea what was coming. I heard the bank warned corporations that held deposits that they were going to report a $1.4 billion loss. Is that a crime? No, that's it just falls under investor communication. They're supposed to tell their depositors and their investors if they're going to sustain a loss. I think that if anything, that's transparent. And they did. They were sustaining losses on their hold to maturity assets because of the rising interest rates. I really think I did a good job doing the write-up on it last night. And if you guys want to check it out, it's on the subreddit. But I think I put it in terms that anyone can understand. You can always tell when an Opex run is coming. She gets moody. I'm going to tell her you said that. Do you think the liquidity drama from the weekend with banks could impact the amount of margin requirements required to satisfy this SLD? Possibly. I mean, a lot of value was lost in long-term holdings of regional banks, which is still yet to be recovered, right? There's a shitload of fucking options positioning for March 17th expiration, which is obviously going to open up market maker exposure quite a bit. So yeah, I think if I had to say that there's going to be some pretty substantial liquidity requirements going into what is the first quad witching of the year. Incident involving a U.S. Air Force MQ-9 Reaper drone has occurred over the Black Sea. There's some reports that the drone has been shot down. However, an investigation is ongoing. Okay. I heard that SVB's chief risk manager left the bank 9 months ago, hence no hedging and / insurance. I mean, I'm sure they replaced someone of those banks are not only under federal regulatory scrutiny, but they're also under state regulatory scrutiny. The C-suite sold shares and exercised options for shares in advance of all of this happening. So, if they had any information that was not available to the public at the time of those stock sales, they will be going to jail and everyone will find out about it. So it'll all shake out in due course, but I don't think they did, right? Because they would not have highlighted they would not have put themselves at risk of going to jail for the small amount of stock they sold, right? They'll go to jail if they fucking had information that wasn't available to the public when they made those sales. You better believe they will. They will be made an example of. People go to jail for securities fraud all the time. Hey, boss, holding off on GMECCs for this week? Yeah, I'm not selling any this week. Also, QQQ sub 290 this week, a possibility. Thanks. Good question on QQQ. Could. Yeah, it could pull back below 290. Risky strike, but it potentially could. This piece of shit finally confirming a fail. Closer. We're closer to a failure than we are to a bounce right now. Well, I don't know if that really means anything relevant, but... Wait, why isn't your name green, Tankerific? I thought you were... Are you a billionaire? Is SLD likely to be reduced in range this week due to the downtrend we are currently in? Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Tanksimus? There's too many people with tank in their names. SLD likely to be reduced in range this week due to downtrend we're currently in. No, that's not how SLD works. Can you delete the bottom of your TA, please? No. Are you straddling or strangling the PPI print tomorrow? Straddle. Where do you get your OI from? WeBull? Somewhere else? I have a few sources. Not WeBull. Generally, I mean, we have a paid data provider that we get OI data from every night. Well, usually every night. Russian Su-27 jet hit the propeller of a US MQ-9 drone over the Black Sea. Were we in Russia or were they outside of Russia? Dillionaire in this economy? Thanks for 17 months of Dillionaire trash. Never mind, we fell through. Have you ever mistakenly slept with a Dillionaire? Never mistakenly. Were you hoping for something? I just want to say this stream is so much fun that I neglect to clean my house. Quit lowering the value of my real property, you crazy pickles. Hail VWAP, I learned a ton here, Girk. Thanks for all you do. And hit the like, shills. Thank you so much, Cody. That's a good question. OI data is all over the place. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of places to get OI data from. You can get it from CBOE, I think, for free every night. I don't know how complete it is. For sure, Tankerific. No worries, man. I'm glad you're rebuilding. Kyle Daniel, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. If you joined up right there because of the sleeping with Dillionaires thing, I've got bad news for you. And I would understand if you reached out to YouTube for a refund. Do you know if WeBull is the only broker that allows you to do that fun stop adjustment on the charts? I think TDA has something like that too. That's not necessary at all, right? You have a 10 key on your keyboard, you can just type. You don't need to drag your stop. The dragging the stop thing is actually slower than just adjusting stops on IBKR with your keyboard. On IBKR, you can have like macro, like hotkeys, where you can just, you know, move your stop up like in 10 cent or 25 cent increments without having to like confirm all the extra windows. So don't sign up for WeBull purely based on the ability to slide your stop up and down with your mouse. I've had some coffee today. So lower SLD range is 100 basis points, or how does it work out? It's the average is around like 200 BPS. So between 100 to 300, generally speaking, with an average right in the middle. Should PPI be more bearish than CPI since they changed the metrics for CPI but not PPI? PPI has been more bearish because there is a greater demand on producer costs due to China reopening. But they're both reweighted over time. If you're ever in the mood to mistakenly sleep with a Dillionaire, we can get dinner. I promise that if you sleep with me, it'll be a huge mistake. Nice. That almost makes it more enticing. SPX and VIX back to spot by close. We probably shouldn't use spot that way, but it's more fun. I'll allow it. Incident was at the Ukraine front line. Okay, so it wasn't like a US drone being flown by the US. Or if it was, what the fuck are we doing in Ukrainian territory with our drones? That's a big fuck up if it was US controlled. Not sure if it was over international waters. That still means that Russia attacked a US Air Force craft. Not necessarily. This crazy price action, I'm financially ruined. Not really. I'm just poking fun at the people here who are a little over leveraged to show the opposite of their normal action. Yeah. I'm almost 50. Hot things scare me. I learned long ago not to touch them. Huh. Smart. Was that the secret to your longevity? Longevity? Longevity. Hypothetically, you lose every single penny you have, and your great uncle Rufus lends you 10K with no interest to rebuild, but he demands his principal back in 3 months. What do you do? Good fucking luck. 100% return in 3 months? You're gonna have to get real good at trading real quick. It can be done, but you're gonna, like, you kind of have to take a lot of risk to pull it off. Is SLD canceled? Why is SPX not under 39.50? SLD doesn't even start till tomorrow, Gilgamesh. No, I'm not dancing like a monkey. What's the name of the guy that's your husband and always posts the videos with the he's not my husband. And that's Darth. He was supposed to be banned. DFV told me to ban him, and I didn't. And that's why GME hasn't MOASSed. I think DFV is just selling massive walls of covered calls until I ban Darth Dan, and then he'll pull them back. But I wouldn't want anybody to miss the opportunity to buy the dip, so I've left him in here. Hey, my tax dollars paid for that drone. It was in international waters over the Black Sea. Okay, so we'll find out who shot it down. A Russian jet propeller. Jets don't have propellers. Just... that seems like an obvious... Because they're jets. Like a prop plane has propellers, right? We did fly a B-52 and Stratofortress armed with nukes right to the Russian border on Sunday, under 200 kilometers from St. Petersburg. Buckle up. For what? A lot of superpower posturing. No one's gonna fucking nuke anybody. Jets have impellers, but he said propeller with a P. They do have turbines, but they're encased. Turbines are encased within the housing of the engine. So it's not like you're, flying past something too close and you clip it with the inside of your turbine. Oh, okay. You get out of here with your turboprop talk. People have no idea how mid Russia really is. They get absolutely stomped. They're not going to do anything. Yeah, they've already done more than they ever should have. I think Iran will get some freedom. B-52s to the Russian borders and having every day since we built the first B-52. Do those nukes have Nvidia chips in them? Probably not. Texas Instruments? Germany Prime Minister been making some statements. Goes against US narrative. I was trying to say that yesterday, but I keep getting timed out. Well, Fluffy kept timing you out because you talk about absurd shit from the corners of the internet. I just got a microwave for the first time in 1.5 years. What's the first thing I should make? Leaning on pizza rolls. A whole mess of them. You should never cook with a microwave. Unless you're a filthy, disgusting person. You should throw it in the garbage and use a fucking oven. Do you reckon that Bitcoin's gonna get rugged? Probably. Who's gonna hold all the bags? Crypto bros. They still think it's their coin. That's the problem. Dr. G78. Holy fuck. Welcome to Pigeon Whale, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it, dude. Flock Pigeon Whales. Welcome your newest member. I don't have the patience to make oatmeal on the stovetop. It's literally just boiling water and then chucking oatmeal in it. Microwaves aren't for anything. They're garbage. So the lower SLD range is 100 basis points. The lower range is 300. That would be the furthest extreme. And then the conservative range would be like 100. And then the price will fall somewhere in between those two. Historically. Which doesn't actually mean shit. Air fryer greater than microwave? Can be. You mean oven with fan? Yeah, oven with fan better than microwave. But it doesn't taste as good as a baked potato. How likely we're going to 3,900? It's becoming increasingly more likely. Ooh. Is there any call interest down here? I think we've slipped the majority of call interest. There's still a little bit at 3905. But 3,900's so massive. Like, there's so much negative gamma at 3,900. Hey, it only took all day of listening to everybody whine. I guess today's not the largest gain in a single day since January 6th. Guy who said that. Better to pick up upstart shares during SLD or get leaps. Up to you. I mean, you'll get less leverage, but you'll also have slightly less risk. SPX is going down. Why isn't Nvidia also? Oh my god. So SPX, negative gamma. Nvidia, positive gamma. The exact thing I said to you earlier when you asked me the same question. Sort of. I think earlier your question is why is Nvidia going up? But can you show us some TA that explains how Nvidia is destined to fail to zero? It's not going to go to zero, Rocket Randallhead. I know you have $5 puts for 2025, but the odds of those going in the money are very slim. If Iran buys S-300, S-400 air defense from Russia, it will mean that they will be able to protect the nuclear weapon building facility. Thus, US and Israel have no choice but to strike. Okay. It's the whining that brought the market down. It never is. See, if we complain, it goes down. This is a Karen market. If we slip below 3,905, what's the next resistance worth watching? 3,900? Gherk, the SPX is going down. Why isn't Nvidia going down? Because Nvidia is only a small part of the SPX, and NASDAQ isn't dropping as rapidly. Russia jet collides with US drone. I heard. That doesn't really seem like an aggressive action, though, and I highly doubt that it's going to lead to any type of military escalation. Why does Nvidia positive gamma, XPX negative gamma mean? It means that the market maker on Nvidia is buying into falling prices, and the market maker on SPX is selling into falling prices. So the downside potential on SPX is accelerated by the market maker, whereas on Nvidia, the downside potential is being hedged by the market maker. Sub 3900 SPX. We get the bear song. I already played the fucking bear song. You know what you get sub 3900? Probably some gains. How about that? Instead of the bear song. Not that I care, but Russia doesn't exactly have extra air defense or even bullets. Also, the Federal Reserve is a bank. Wouldn't $5 puts be a horrible position? There's no downside after that. Well, not if it fell to $5, they wouldn't be. Sub 3900, a second chance for everyone complaining today. We'll see. Normal Fubo Moon, now that we've hit a 52-week low. The 52-week lows aren't really relevant. That's not going to make it Moon harder. It's got some Opex potential. We'll see how that's realized. Would today's drilling satisfy some SLD requirements for the rest of the week? I.e., not so much more ouchie downs. Not necessarily. Only if the sales that are occurring currently are not being driven by the options, which they appear to be, but are instead being driven by the sale of assets by funds that need to make liquidity deposits by the end of the week. This is the fun part about SLD. Nothing infers anything. So try to get that prejudgment out of your head. The likelihood for downside during the SLD period is higher. Make money on it if you can. That's the best way to think about SLD. Thanks for giving me wrinkles about gamma positive negative. At what price does Nvidia flip from positive gamma to negative gamma? You rock. 229. Abe. 229. And then the downside on Nvidia accelerates. War with Russia? Unlikely. I mean, people are saying it's like an air-to-air accident. I don't think that's going to escalate any kind of, like, it's not going to create, like, a NATO response or anything. Because, you know, 2 fucking aircraft had a fender bender in the Black Sea. Please short FSLR. Okay, thanks. I'm already doing that. All I do is level up and flood the Commonwealth with robots. Okay. I don't think it means what you think it means. What do you prefer, B-52s or a White Russian? I don't really like getting drunk on milk, but White Russians are delicious. You know? Like, if I'm just having a drink, I can have a White Russian. Have you ever had a slow gin fizz? How many times the last week have you closed puts and then rebought after a bounce? I don't know, 80, 100? There was one day where I traded like 700 or 800 contracts last week. P.S. I love you, no homo. Thanks. I mean, trying to progress myself and doing this step by step. You're getting there. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I move quite a lot of positioning around. Well, we're filling the gap, boys and girls and whatever else. Fuck off, alert settings. fucking centaurs. Jackson's hole incoming. It's getting ready to fill up. Oh, look, I've made all my money back. I love the SPX. Closed out, that made me green for the day. Nice. I got stopped out, but I'm okay with 190% profits. Congratulations. Can you give the Diamond Hand GME holders a message? Don't worry, they're shorting us to pay us. I'd rather see GME get shorted right now than trend up, right? Less liquidity, better Opex. Man, this market is dropping faster than a US drone over the Black Sea. Too soon, man. Do you know how many soft goods Nvidia lost in that crash? That was a great 20 minutes. Now what are we going to do with our afternoons? Who said it's over? I seeded my first cornflowers for you last night. I don't know what that means. Is that a sex thing? About 80 billion less in RRP today. Relevant? Could be. It's a decent move. Although I'd say no. I think a lot of money is going from RRP right now into treasuries. I heard you're good at this trading game. Do you have some master class? No. I said it is over. What is? Just make GME 50 cents so everyone can DRS the whole float and prove once and for all that it won't stop them from shorting. I almost wish it would. Although GME has been at like $17 twice now this year, right? Or well, within the last 3 months. And it was cheap throughout most of the end of last year. And I don't think DRS numbers are up that much. I think it's like the time frame to see the entire float DRS is fucking ridiculous, regardless of the price. And then if GME falls to 50 cents, I'm gonna buy like $1 million worth, right? And I'm not gonna DRS a single fucking share, so good luck. Neither is anybody else with actual money. Sold 9 of my 10 SPX 3900Ps for 110% gains. Let's see if we fill that gap. Yeah, there's still more to the downside. A lot more. VIX moving back up. Ooh, pretty quickly. Where's Dork? VIX gonna test 25 here in a second. Oh, there he is. Nice, man. Ooh. Say VIX 3 times and Dork appears. Yeah, I know. That's why I was wondering where he'd gotten to. The year is 3,100. GME's float is in DRS 6 times over. The economy is in shambles, and the only currency is fractional GME shares. It can only be spent on the NFT marketplace. People aren't going to need hard goods anymore. Didn't you listen to the Nvidia shareholders meeting? Come on, dude. I know how to summon Dork. Bank. Thoughts on BTU CSPs here? Maybe 24. Mm. I really like selling them under 25. Like 90, 60, 90 DT, 45 DT is okay. Above 25, I'm not so fond. I mean, they're okay out of the money just for income, but I wouldn't want to get assigned on them. It's been so long since I heard the I Can Be Green remix. Hmm. This one? I missed out on hundreds of dollars of gains because WeBull won't let me place an order. Why didn't WeBull let you place an order? This looks like a continuation. The market just stopped working? What the fuck is going on? Move, candle.
Tell me how you like it.
Who retracted their Dillionaire message?
Hashtag not a cult.
If I want Weeble orders submit, and it's not allowing me to move my stops up, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Fighting back against the VIX. Is that going to be successful? Jesus Christ, that tanked hard. I just want to buy another fucking put here. Ooh, get greedy? Okay. I did it. I got real greedy. What's Nvidia doing? God, I hate this fucking stock. Update. OI update, Kirk. Looking like more positioning building. A little bit. There's some capitulation here, I think. Did you see my DM? No. Oh. Oh, nice. Did you make money on that? Apparently the bond fix went nuts. Oh, okay. Thanks, Mando. 1100 profit? Dude, nice. I've doubled the size of my port this past week. Are you proud of me? I'm as proud of you as I can be, Darth. What's up? I can't believe I ate the whole thing. Thanks, man. Thoughts on April 30Cs? Jamie 30C, too close to the money? Excuse you? Russia didn't down a US drone over international waters. There was a collision between two aircraft in international waters. Is this a good time to be a starting position in Upstart for Opex? April 21st, $20 strikes for 30 cents. They look so cheap. They are moderately inexpensive. It's close to the money. It's closer to the money than I normally buy. Yeah, that's the problem. Maybe everybody will chill out about being not chill now that something has happened. Maybe. They dumped fuel on the drone and then took out its propeller. Russia jet intentionally flew in front and dumped fuel in front of the unmanned drone. How does a jet hit a drone by accident? The sky is pretty big. You know, radar is a thing. Those drones are pretty fucking big, too. I made 3,000 on a 0 DT to offset my slight underwater, longer dated puts for SLD. I'm getting better day by day managing my profits. Thank you for what you do. No problem, man. Congratulations. Full port into Upstart, $20 April 21. Got it. I didn't say that. Do you know what happens if I exercise SPX options on unsettled funds? I don't think it's the same as selling them and getting a potential GFV, but I can't really find any info on this. Call your broker. They'll tell you. I mean, they're cash settled, so... Does it make sense to short an ETF you expect to fail? Okay. From a TA perspective, how do we know the difference between double bottom, bullish, versus what now appears to be a rising wedge, bearish? Well, you can look at the bounce. This bounce is fairly weak and the volume is dissipating. Where's the other bottom that you're calling the double bottom on? Like, if anything, this looks like a reversal over time, right? From our low. But this wouldn't be a... I mean, I don't think there's a time frame where there's a double bottom here. Strippers are cash settled too, sometimes. Hey Greg, sorry if I already answered, but why do you not sell CCs on GME for this week? Are we not expecting GME to drop into Friday? Or is there a chance of an early run? There's a chance of an early run. It's not worth it. And I just closed my CCs this week. Depending on the ETF, that could range from not likely to less likely than getting struck by lightning. That's true. Although that doesn't mean profits can't be made in the shorting of it. Aircraft from opposing countries will often tip, nudge, or maneuver in such a way that causes the loss of the drone. Russians, and more recently Chinese, show willingness to do this. I mean, I fail in the sense of structural failure, not just downside. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, you know, you're obviously your shorts would print. You get the credit up front for shorting. If the underlying goes to zero or fails, then you would receive the entire credit and you would have no obligation to return any share, right? That would be canceled out. You would also receive a tax benefit of untaxable gains. Aside from market reaction to PPI due to the Fed and inflation, is there a specific sector that is most impacted by PPI? Industrials, manufacturing, consumer durables. Anybody who makes shit is affected by PPI. The Dow, generally speaking. But S&P to a significant degree as well. Nvidia, soft goods. I mean, Nvidia's they produce a product, like a physical product. I mean, not they wouldn't tell their shareholders that in an earnings call, but they do. Their primary business, in fact, is making processors. Even though they're trying to spin that a different way. CNBC has breaking news that Schwab is seeing an influx of capital. Sounds sus. I don't know. Can you draw a line on SPX? I want to compare to what I drew. Where? Should have like this. Remember when people on Reddit said the shorts are running out of ammo? Yeah, it's not entirely a false presumption. I like to think of it more like Kenny's bullets get softer over time. So the more they short, the less effect the shorting has. So, you know, after an Opex run, you know, they're shorting with like 50 cals and 45 ACPs, right? And then like you kind of move down into like the 9 and 8 mil. And then, you know, at this point of the like GME liquidity, he's basically shooting Nerf bullets at it. Maybe like airsoft. Let's say airsoft. The most American analogy ever. Hey, listen, it's our market, all right? Because GME is illiquid enough that it can be dragged up by a rising market. And when SLD is done and puts begin to capitulate into the 317 expiration, the market may begin to rise rapidly. If it does, it can drag GME up with it, which would mean that, you know, there is some risk selling near the money covered calls on GME. I don't think there's a lot of risk selling covered calls out of the money, like above delta neutral, but selling them at gamma neutral, probably very, very risky. Gamma neutral and below. Don't forget that GME is net negative gamma, so when the market maker starts buying, when the price starts rising on GME, the market maker starts buying into the rising price, right? Is Kenny spitting on us the day before Opex? I mean, at our current point, like there's really no profitability to the short position. They're not making a lot of money by shorting it anymore. So the shorting that occurs in this period is purely to drive IV down and delta down to allow cheaper long volatility positioning. Jimmy IV around 92 at the money for April contracts. I think that goes down much more this week. Probably not. If anything, IV will probably pick up into the Opex expiration. So we're likely to see higher IV into the end of the week, but we're also likely to see lower prices into the end of the week. Are we selling Fubo cover calls? I mean, I have Fubo cover calls out. I think they're going to expire out of the money. All right, at least I hope they are. Yeah, I think SPX is going to reverse over the next few days. I still think there's more downside potential for SLD, but yeah, I think it's reversing slowly. A lot of puts are closing out this Friday, so we're likely to see a bounce in the indexes, especially SPX and SPY. Psst, Gork, guess what? What? I'm like 2 decent trades away from being able to trade SPX at the money. Oh shit. Dork. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations, man. That's like 2 transmissions. What is it, Popcorn Trader? Are you filing for bankruptcy again? Now I can draw. Or at least a slightly more credible one. Reversing meaning going up? Oh, on the daily. There's still plenty of time to realize more downside on SPX before it fully reverses. But yeah, I think we're gonna see some upside in the indexes next week. As repositioning comes in, we move into like the Fed rate decision. Tiny port gang, never give up, never surrender. Probably also never trade at the money SPX calls just because you can. If I sell some GME shares at a loss to buy long dated calls, would that be considered a wash sale? No. The security has to be in like kind. Do you think JPM will roll their collar down at by the 31st? Yeah, that's when they roll it. I'm like, I could buy one, but it would basically be a YOLO. Yeah, and VIX is elevated too. So the risk is just super high. Like, you don't need a lot of price movement to see the VIX crash, and you already know that. Do you think the Fed would be more inclined to go with 0.5 increase if the market is in an upward trend? I don't know how much of a difference market enthusiasm makes on their decision. I think they see the same data we do with month-over-month inflation, PCE, and PCE, and I think they'll be hard pressed. I already think they're kind of hard pressed to move forward with 0.25, and with the jobs data not improving, um, you know, I think they should at least be heavily considering 0.5, regardless of the contagion that presents to banks. We're talking 0 DTE theta on that option, or weeklies, or further. Oh, he's talking 0 DTE. What are the chances we lose all of today's first half gains and close gray on the day? There's a chance that we fill the gap. It's small, but there's a chance. Remember when I could finally afford to play SPX instead of SPY? So I bought some at the money options, and now I can only afford to play the SPY again. Good luck, Torque. Theta, what do you think I am? A multi-thousandaire? JPM is a fortress. I mean, it is. He's not wrong. Thoughts on Upstart weekly CSP at a strike of 12? CSP strike 12? I mean, there's no money in that. You're tying up a lot of capital for an extremely low yield return. I see Apple. Here's the problem with JPM. They really are too big to fail. If JPM fails, that's a huge problem. The same is true to an extent of B of A, Citigroup, and Wells. Like, we want them to, but that's not really the way you want their wealth broken down. You would want them to be divided up, right? Not to fail. If JPM fails, we're going into a depression. House of Cards is not a fortress clown crown. What? Don't reference that fucking dog shit DD to me. Sounds like buying opportunity. What? JPM? I'm cool with that. More business for the Dans. What? What about Goldman Sachs? They're pretty big. Banned? From where? Superstock? Already happened. JPM fails, the world economy is fucked for a while. Yeah. I mean, the ideal way to handle the issue that we have with our banks and their too big to fail stature is breaking them down and dividing them up. It's not their failure. Their failure is bad, right? And like anybody rooting for that, remember that like every like 1% rise in unemployment leads to like a significant increase in the suicide and death rate. So maybe not something to root for, you know? It's not an incorrect statistic, it's true. JPOW same like executioner? What does SPX have to cross for all of those puts to make more squart? Generally speaking, each 1% is like 40 to 50k additional deaths, suicide, lost healthcare, etc. Yeah. Do you think market bounce this Opex? I think the puts need to reposition at a minimum, so yeah. It might be rapid though. Like September? Like just over real quick. You kind of catch my drift on that, Dork? Like think end of September. Yeah, like that. VIX is getting a little saucy right now. This is kind of cool. All right. I didn't quite catch your drift. Well, it wasn't for you. I wasn't drifting towards you. If you ever draw another line graph like the poor middle wealthy curve one you did yesterday, please add explorers are here for us morons. Somewhere between the R and the M. I'm smelling what you're kicking. Real talk, who will play Selena Gomez in the movie about this crash? I don't know. If the USA gets pulled further into Ukraine-Russia conflict, what could that do for the market? Up, down, indifferent. Initial reaction, down. Up on investment into defense stocks. Dow will probably surge massively ahead of the other indices. Russell 2K might see some benefit from that too. Tech will drop. The recovery would probably be very strong after the initial drop. Selena Gomez will be played by my GME $30 calls. I love when Bruce Wayne and Blueberry Batman post back to back. Nice try, Bruce. We know you're really Alfred trying to throw us off. Oh, Jesus Christ. USA drone accidentally took out a Russian jet. I've heard the other way around. A few years back, JPAD talked exactly about that in front of Congress, I think, breaking up big banks in case of failure, claiming that, in his opinion, there's no such thing as too big to fail. I agree. There shouldn't be anything that is too big to fail, but the reality is that we have allowed our banks to grow to the size where they do present extreme systemic risk, not only to our economy but to, like, you know, the dollar globally. So yeah, unfortunately, the real way to handle it is to break them down into bite-sized chunks. What about BlackRock? Apart from losing your job, of course. Oh, BlackRock and Vanguard are definitely way too big to fail. GDP is literally a wartime economic metric. The USA does war good, you know? All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. I think my food's been sitting at my front door for a while now, so I'm gonna go grab it and... Oh, yeah. 1 second. Didn't miss anything. Broke down and stabilized. That's not good. Hey, Greg, I cannot thank you, your team member, or your Discord enough. I'm such a better trader than I was before I ever touched GME. I have an honest question. Are we an echo chamber? Hey, Jay, I can't thank you enough. My life is better for it. Hold on, I gotta pull this up. Did you send this after I left? Thanks, man. Do bipolar bears develop bipolarity as a result of trading, or did his bipolarity lead him to trading? I don't know, the chicken egg. I don't think we're an echo chamber, at least not yet. Okay, well, if Trash and Darth are going to keep repeating it, then we're going to become one. Nvidia needs to make soft goods for JPow's soft landing. That's not how that should work. Kramer quoted on air saying, if you're short Meta and Nvidia, send me an invitation to your funeral. We are saved. That's amazing. My funeral is going to be fucking epic because I'm short Nvidia. Okay, seriously, which one of you fuckers is Kramer? Be honest. I know it's one of you. I'm just gonna assume it's Jackson or Avis Bumhole. It's not Carl, I know his wife. It's definitely Kendro. Maybe it's Wirt. Correct to assume a nice juicy psychological 3900 is where we're gonna end up today. Careful with any more zero DTE, methinks. You know, I would have agreed with you an hour and a half ago. There, you have your Kramer. I think Kramer might be more accurate in telling me how things are going to shake out. Tell the quick VIX to quit making V's. It's what it does. You smell correctly, 1 second, guy. Does Wirt listen to the stream? I don't know. I can't think of a single bullish thesis. Even the money printer is long-term bearish now. The money printer has always been long-term bearish. It's just now we're living in the long term. What are you eating? Pasta and like garlic bread. I have a soup. I have this place next to me that's basically an imitation Olive Garden, but slightly better. It's snowing. I wanted comfort food. No, they don't have unlimited garlic bread or unlimited salad. The universe is long-term bearish. That's why I bank with entropy. Delivery pasta never gets here hot enough. I mean, it would have been hot, like if I'd gotten it from my door when it was delivered instead of an hour later. But it's still moderately warm. Market quite sensitive to yields. Yeah. Check DMs. My tiny port is saved. I couldn't have done it without you, but to be honest, I'd definitely be better off financially if we'd never met in the first place. Oh well, let's just call it a wash until I make up the rest of my losses. Riku, I love you. Oh, nice, dude. Congratulations. Well done. To be fair, you did try to hedge our friendship in the beginning with me paying you rent in your Philadelphia home. The only problem was you were unsuccessful in realizing that endeavor. Otherwise, you would have had infinite money for weeklies. Is this the AMC squeeze that Astro promised me? Looks like it. Yeah, I'll pass. Does profit taking on VIX affect options affect its price movement? If so, how much? Do we see the options profit taking reflected in SPX and SPY? Yes. Not a lot. You're more likely to see the effect in SPY and SPX than you are on VIX itself. Technically. Gurk, you think Fubo can rip to $2 this Opex? What if I told you 325? How is this thing looking for a gap fill today? Okay, but stair-stepping down into it. I mean, Fubo hasn't had a good solid run since, what, August? Yeah, I'd say it's got a little potential. Upstart can go lower. Do you think Atomic pulls back his 2,717 sold $2 cover calls next week? Maybe. The question is can I get my 5,000 sold calls out ahead of his? I think we're all killing Fubo. I bought it as like a fun and interesting play that I thought had some potential. I didn't realize Atomic was going to come in with like everything. Gert, can you make an announcement in Discord that tonight at 9 p.m. we're going to try to break a world record by having the most people simultaneously make white at the same time. For those that aren't shy, I can send a Zoom meeting link for the camaraderie. See you all tonight. Absolutely fucking not, Kendro. You're a pigeon whale. You can promote it yourself. Kendra gets banned from the Guinness Book of World Records. Gork, is Nvidia's crank juice running out? You know, I don't want to comment too early. Because every time I think it's about done cranking, it cranks some more. So I'm just going to wait. This doesn't sound good, even if in international waters. All right, here's the deal. We're not getting into a war with a nuclear superpower. Some dickhead Russian pilot dumped some fuel on a drone. I know all of you preppers and, you know, end of the world LARPers. Want this to be your, like, assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand moment, but it's not. I'm sorry. Maybe the next one. Walken and Jordan Peterson have made a bunker together. Is that the guy who's like into his sister? That's Ben Shapiro. Oh, okay. I mean, aren't we all into Ben Shapiro's sister? I mean, Walken and Kendra didn't send me an invite to that one. I must have missed the Zoom call. Vic's gonna climb above 25 here. I think it kind of wants to. Have zero DT calls given up? How much zero DT put capitulation do you expect? I would expect that people are going balls deep into zero DTs in the gap, hoping it will fill. And we'll probably just close at 38.85. One of the greatest Ben Shapiro quotes is about the Cardi B song WAP. And he said him and his wife talked to the doctor, and it's completely normal for her to be dry down there. That's like sarcasm, right? Like they're doing a bet. What kind of bagels do you like? Sesame and everything. No, his wife is an OBGYN and she told him that. What does she tell her boyfriend? Wet ass P word? Panera? Nice, Lawrence of Arabia. Gurk, can you tell us if Kenny says puts are out of the money, calls are out of the money, I'll have a Coke at the end of the day? He's not in the office right now, but I'll let him know. Nope, we're all pouring out one for Ben Shapiro's dry wife. Poor lady. She doesn't have that problem with her boyfriend? That's what I was assuming. If I sold AMC, am I a shill? Yes. You didn't diamond hand for the moon with King Silverback? How do you live with yourself every day? It's pretty funny how plebs focus so much attention to the rich instead of using that energy to better themselves. People like having royalty. Lawrence of Arabia. I don't know why, but it seems to be ingrained in our society. We like to hold people up and be like, these are my heroes, and they are my personality. Maybe it's just that people don't have a lot of personality, generally speaking, and so they need that. My wife had a dryness if she's down there, but ever since she's been reading Kendra Kofi's, we had to put up a drowning hazard sign. Yeah, he really brings the libido to the Kofi action. To pick up personality through osmosis? I don't know. I don't know how it diffuses. Bro, that's you. Be careful. I know. Except I've organized the Discord into a feudal hierarchy system. I'm transparent with it. We have the serfs and the peasants, and then we have the dillionaires, which are, landed gentry. And then the pigeon whales, which are the lords and ladies of the court. And then the quants, which are the personal chamber, right? Like the advisory chamber. Then King Pickle. Who's the jester? It fluctuates between Kendro and Popcorn Trader. Sometimes it's Trash Dan when they're around. It's like people who treat having a dog as a personality trait. Is this... And still that system is open for ascension. Yeah. Actually, ironically, more balanced than the wealth disparity in the US. Will the market still dip or nah? I don't know. Maybe it's done doing dippies. Maybe it's not. We got a lot of before close. I have hiccups. Hold on. What's Carl the Munich? Eunuch? The word is eunuch. Walking and Stefan are the village idiots. Stumbling around the local villages, rambling about the end and ringing their bell. Doomsayers. House GOP should insure all deposits. No, is Carl part of Germany? I don't think so. I think VIX fell below 25 because you wouldn't release the bears. Well, it wasn't above 25 for very long, right? I'm the librarian and shusher in all scenarios. Called it, yes. Everyone has their role. Hey, Gork, I'm 10 minutes behind the stream, but I've always wanted to ask, do you ever get the hiccups? Where does Pontiff sit on the hierarchy? Kind of like visiting dignitary. Where do exiled mods stand? Oh, I don't know. Wherever you want, man. Are you playing Jimmy? Turd's been talking about it in Cord. No? I mean, I own GME. I'm not currently playing it. I will be. So what is the title of Paper-Handed Wuss? Oh, Paper-Handed Bitch? That's kind of like the people who get put in the stockades. I want to run the local milking station. For the cows? Thanks, Mr. Grey Pubes. Isn't VWAP turned on? Well, there. Sure, yes, the cows. Exactly, yes, for the cows. Thoughts on oil drilling for itself? The Fed is a bank. Calls just come in? No, I just think some puts sold. Nerdy monetary question, but have you ever heard of the Chicago plan? If so, what are your thoughts on the 100% reserve banking for deposits it proposes? I have not. I mean, we run on a fractional reserve banking system, so I assume the plan would move us to a full reserve banking system. I think that's garbage and inefficient. What stock has the best chance for an Opex run right now, as far as you see? I think Jimmy looks best, but I mean, we'll probably see them on all of them. At least to the ones I'm paying attention to. I'm not really watching like Carvana and stuff or AI. Those might have a decent shot as well. I'm sorry, the Fed's a what? A bank. Trash Dan. A big old bank with multiple branches. Wasn't there some kingdom where I was tending an olive grove? I might need to branch out. Do not want to be a cow. No. No one wants to be milked by Kendra. Tesla gonna run hard? It has branches, but is also a building. Oh, God. Ken Griffin is going to get locked away in the Federal Reserve. JPOW is a Keebler elf and the Fed is a tree. Okay. gun to your head, we're going back to the gold standard, but it's not going to be gold. What's it going to be? Isn't it already oil? Shit. Silicon? Yeah, sand. But very neatly arranged sand. No, not lithium. Nvidia 4080 cards? Well, we do have a lot of those in reserve. I own AMC NFTs. Is it possible to trade VIX? Yes, Bobby to 2250. Oh, I hate your name so much. Okay. Would it be easier or harder to trade than SPX? It's exactly the same. There's something in the apocalypse. I'm going to be able to buy food with my collection of pocket pussies. Maybe. How can you so confidently say that nobody wants to be milked by Kendra? It was a generalization. I promise I won't talk about Bobby. Alright, fine. But you've already told me so much about yourself that I don't know if we can be friends. I volunteer as tribute. Where is Kendra? He's right there. I'm cutting in line. No hetero. I'm still amazed that analysts are upgrading companies. Yeah, well, I mean, how else do you find bag holders? You know that there's a large portion, or a wealthier portion of our country that simply buys things that someone tells them to. I'm sure all the financial advisors in chat can tell you that rich people have no fucking clue what they're doing with their money. They don't care about their money as much as poor people. They just need something done with it. There's a large portion of this chat that buys things as soon as you mention them, before you even say if it's bad or good. Unfortunately. It's not time to start looking at cat again. Stop saying that to me. How can I become the kind of rich you speak of? I mean, usually they're born with it. Sometimes it's Maybelline. How long can this process of creating bag holders last for? It feels like we're in this stage for weeks and months now. There's a lot of potential bag holders. Gherk, you're right. Entropy Bank just burns my money and I keep giving it to them. Definitely not Revlon. Yeah, well, it wasn't. Cliffhanger, hanging from a cliff, and that's why they call him Cliffhanger. I wouldn't call it a cliff. It's a small drop. The slowest rejection of all time, but a rejection nonetheless, right? Is Fubo in danger of being Fubo RQ? Not yet, supposedly. If we get an Opex bounce next week, how high do you see we go? Back to 4,100, fill the gap? Maybe. The collar is still going to be there. I wouldn't bet on 4,100. You reckon SLDs has got some more downside potential given the last 2 days of ups? Possibly? Do you still have some ally puts? No. No, they spiked super hard and I sold them. They're up like 40% on a slightly increased price. I didn't want to miss that opportunity. I can't believe you typed trimmed bush, but YouTube censors butt. Maybe. I have a non-financial advisory role, but can confirm that several of my coworkers, I think of them more as subordinates, bought new Porsches and a Maserati at the peak, above MSRP, and with borrowed money. Their jobs are not likely to last through the end of the year. Nice. Gherkin, the first sign that a person knows nothing about the market is if they ask you, do you know stocks? What if they're testing me? I would ask that question to test someone and see how much, spuriousness was cast in my direction. What's the deal with people still building homes, buying older homes? Do they really not believe real estate will crash? Dude, their real estate agents have told them over and over again, the market is perfectly safe. These homes can only go up. Most people believe that. They're like, oh shit, well, fuck. I mean, he's a real estate agent. He must know what he's talking about. He would never have an incentive to lie or misconstrue information. Fuck, sign me up. There was sarcasm. I was doing a bit. I know agents that truly believe that. Yeah, it helps to believe your own bullshit. Right? Real estate market crash when? It takes a few years. Can't anyone with a room temperature IQ become a real estate agent? This is America. People with room temperature IQ can run the country. I am a realtor. This is why I'm going back to public school employee. I'll probably buy farther dated positions initially, and then if I confirm a run, I'll buy shorter dated ones. Do you prefer warm or cold potato salad? Cold? You're 100% correct. I work in the real estate market, and I hear realtors spewing that garbage daily. Yeah. With the recent regional banks dilemma, is it possible to abuse those insolvent institutions to just short the fuck out of GME or something like it? No. Sorry. and MOASS isn't real. Is it difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding it? Oh, yeah, is that a real quote? Or is that your quote? If you don't DRS, you're a hedgy super stonk circa 2021. Super stonk now. Upton Sinclair? Oh, okay. But Gork stonks? I know. Be your own DRS. Become a bank. Hold up, do you think I just casually put my own words in quotations? I do that. When did you come to the conclusion that MOASS isn't real? When Jamie stopped running all the time and Ryan Cohen diluted a bunch of it. I really don't know what's going on at Supersonic. I do take a cursory glance at it once in a while to see if they've come to their senses. I'm always disappointed. There's only room for one self-quoting ego in this jar. It's true. I stay out of there because it makes me feel bad for ever being a part of it. Fair enough. If they came to their senses, the subreddit wouldn't exist. Well, if they brigade another subreddit again, it won't. What do you think they did every quarter from January 2021 through last year? Do you think retail was just pumping the price up? I mean, partially, but no. If we close in this range, are we likely to see another crash push up in the PM tomorrow? I need to snag some more hedge calls. Another crash push up? Those are... Is that like a market oxymoron? Crazy push up. Oh, okay. I don't know. We might see some stabilization here into the end of the day as people give up on trying to nail the gap and delta neutral positioning comes in into PPI. How ironic would it be if they brigaded Pickle Financial and got the sub banned after chasing you out with torches and pitchforks for brigading? They frequently brigade our subreddit. You can tell because they ask things like, I don't understand why everyone hates DRS. They've already gotten in trouble with the admins for brigading Pickle Financial. Seriously? Isn't your portfolio terribly unbalanced in weight towards GME? Yeah. If you don't believe a squeeze is possible, aren't there better companies to diversify it more? Just curious. GME has value in its volatility. Right now. GME trades with an average IV30 of over 100. Sometimes assets are more than just their delta. Alpha? Could use alpha there. Is it that unique? For a stock as stable as GME is? Yes. Relatively stable. Jamie is Gork's income strat. I really do only need to sell one more set of covered calls till my shares are free. It's a solid company. They've got some money. We'll see what they can do with it. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, even though I will say they don't deserve it. And yes, there's probably better places I could put my money, but I would also have to do more work if I had my money in those places. And I have plenty of other money for putting in those places. So unless I run out of other money, then I have no reason to sell. Why is alpha so rarely discussed in here? Because we're not a bunch of fucking boomers? Some of us are, but like cooler boomers. Jimmy has done nothing but let me down. How old do you have to be to watch Alf? Like 50? Or 5? After one of JFresh's posts, they had to do a post on their sub asking people not to do it. It's too funny. Gork, Entropy Bank doesn't make you do anything after you deposit. Well, you told me that's because they burn your money. Like the stream, people. Thanks, Daniel Mack. Yeah, fuck off, boomers. Anyway, have you heard of Tootsie Roll? The market forgot something at 3,900. I have to go pick it up and then straight down. We'll see. VIX is staying up, which is probably a good sign. Let you down. I'm sorry, sir. We will not be providing any forward guidance on how many more letdowns we will be providing. I know, turd. So much potential squandered. We could have been trading a higher valuation than Tesla if Ryan Cohen had just run his mouth with baseless promises like a good CEO. Yeah, I know. He's the chairman. What percentage of your net worth do you put all into your stock portfolio? Almost 100%. Do you keep any side cash for other investments or just focus on the stock market? Just the stock market. I mean, I take out like some money from like my dividend accounts for like living expenses. And then I blow my YouTube money on stupid shit on Amazon. Oh, and market data. Pickle whistle. Yeah, it still hasn't come. It says on its way, but there's no tracking number. Side cash? Cash to make other cash jealous? I guess. The Vuvuzela hasn't come either. And that was prime shipping. Why did you vote in favor of the ape conversion and reverse split? Now it's passed. Oh, I don't know. I was bored and had $1 million in margin. For your degenerate Amazon purchases, thank you so much, Shane McCartney. How many DT do you normally go for overnight hedging? Depends on the type of hedge. Your neighbors are going to love you blowing that thing off every time SPX drops into negative gamma territory. I know. Revenge is sweet. What's the significance of upstart below Vega neutral? There isn't any. You need a 3-foot giant screaming rubber chicken. You give it a giant hug and it'll yell for 30 to 40 seconds. The neighbors will love it. I'm going to need you to send me a link of that. If PBI comes in okay, can we see another can we see the market rally sooner with little SLD effect this week? Probably not. What do you mean okay? Like flat? Flat doesn't add confidence. Adabit should stick to churning butter. Yeah, I agree. I haven't owned a share of Jimmy since last March, but by God, am I buying one single share before the next shareholders meeting so I can vote no to all the board members. I can do that on your behalf, Velvet. I have a lot of shares. I can add my vote to the big stack of votes that don't mean anything. Would my landscaper be qualified to teach me about hedging? Possibly. If we leave the stock market aside, what's your favorite company in the world? I don't know if I have one. Trader Joe's. So Aldi? I guess Aldi. They're not even publicly traded. Costco. Yeah, Costco's up there. I do like Costco. No, I fucking hate Chick-fil-A. Their food's not good. Your standards have just lowered so much that Chick-fil-A is acceptable. It's a you meeting it at the bottom, not it meeting you at the top type situation. I don't care about their bigotry. I'm not judging them on that. I'm judging them purely on their food sucking. They're 3840p going to print. Don't worry. I have theta that covers the entire day. Congratulations. I have had Raising Canes. I don't know why they can't cut the tendon out of the fucking tenderloin. But yeah, that makes their food insufferable. Also, they serve it with mayo that has pepper in it, which I really don't understand. $300 million and 5,000 strike puts. Okay. Also unsubbed, unliked, whatever. Animals hug me giant rubber chicken. Huge screaming rubber chicken. This is fucking amazing, Fluffy. How do you feel about Microsoft long term after all this talk of companies like Nvidia being vastly overvalued? I actually like Microsoft. I don't think they're going anywhere. Solid cash flows, decent business. Software as a service will probably be down over the next like year and a half, but there should be an opportunity to pick up some Microsoft in there. And they keep being allowed to do monopolistic things, which is always bullish for shareholders. Raising Cane's doesn't have nuggets. Does Nvidia need small data centers for cranking Microsofts? Oh, there's streamer with that chicken. It's fucking loud. It's not gonna stop me from buying it. Oh, that was to encourage. Oh, okay. Basically, any company that is slow tech-wise, like insurance or large banks, use Windows Server and MS Office. Everyone uses them. And everyone pays for their license. Right? Guys? You're all... Yeah? Bear time? It could be. Lowest Jimmy price since the sneeze is 963. Are we going to see that again soon? And would you buy then? Maybe? Yeah, probably. I'd probably buy some at that price. I mean, I'd pretty much buy Jimmy below 15. It doesn't take me that long to get my cost basis down. When the bull market comes back, I hope there's a stream card of you and a fighter jet from Independence Day flying into the alien ship screaming, "Hello, bulls, I'm back." We'll see. Pi-Fi warning that big-ass rubber chicken sounds like an Aztec death whistle. It's quite unnerving. Thanks for not being my financial advisor. Wink. Thanks, JK. I don't know what an Aztec death whistle sounds like, but I assume that's loud. Red candles flicker, numbers fly, traders watch their puts print high. Stocks fall fast, profits soar, puts printing we all adore. Appreciate all you do, Pickle Man. Beautifully put, bot Wookie Cream. Beautifully put. You have an opportunity for GME at 1350. Not to worry. I'm not worried about when I can buy more GameStop, believe me. Hey Gurk, my accountant just told me I made 70k last year, so thanks. Now we can get this Opex. Nice, dude. Congratulations. I can make that video when the bull market comes back. I got you. All right, awesome. Yo, do you really not? You're one of today's lucky 10,000? Wait, what? Why does Superstock think that market will raise GME to millions? I cannot get a clear answer that isn't read the DD. Okay, I can explain this to you because I do understand. They think that the short hedge funds long positions crashing are going to drop greater than their short positions will go up. And so they think that the leverage that they use for margin, which is all in treasuries and not in the fucking stock market anyway, is going to drop at such a rapid pace that they will be margin called on their short positions, which are also up. Why do they think this? Well, we can break it down into they don't know their ass from their elbow, and math is hard. Correction, critically margin called. I apologize. They don't understand the hedge part of hedge fund. They don't understand how shorts work. After all this time talking about shorts. DMs. I've always wanted to do that. Wait, what did you send me? Oh, is this an Aztec death whistle? Oh, 2 people sent me death whistles. I want to get one of these. Math is hard. No, it's not. No problem, Light Gamut. Would there ever be that kind of scenario that could possibly exist, or is that just impossible? Okay, first of all, when you sell something short, you receive the credit up front, right? So if the stock drops after the fact, it simply becomes cheaper to buy back. It doesn't pressure your margin in any substantial way, right? And then you have cash on hand, which you can then use to buy other, low risk securities like treasuries that just sit there. And then you can use margin against those too. A short hedge fund that's riding like a 5% edge on short exposure, whose core position is down 15%, but their short position is up 20%, is still net fucking positive, right? Did Jimmy just Opex? No. Sorry. It just went back up to VWAP. You're telling me that Citadel doesn't base all their margin on their Dogecoin holdings? They do not. If I understood logic, I'd be really mad at you right now. I know. This time yesterday, we were at 900 likes. I love you all. Please like. Thank you, Ending. Guys, if you could, drop a like. It's a big help and a cool thing to do since you hang out here all day. Even if you're hate watching. Tie the death whistle to the end of the vuvuzela. Stick the huggable chicken to the front. Your neighbors will hate you forever. Why is PBR dropping? I don't know. Oil's down? Yeah, oil's down big today. Oil futures are down like 500 BPS. Well, crude futures, I should say. Is the ape arbitrage play still a thing? Why isn't it up bigly? No, I think they ran most of that off. There might be some more arbitrage that occurs after like a reverse split or something, but why would it go up bigly? It's got a massive giant float that's super liquid. You could probably buy the entirety of AMC's float and sell it in the same day and only move the price like a couple bucks. Hey Gurk, I'm profitable on my Nvidia shorts year to date that I began opening in the 190s. Nice, man. Congratulations. That's super awesome. Seriously. Was it a yodeling pickle whistle? No. I don't know, man. This looks like a MOASS. VIX up, GME up, SPX down. GME is down. Well, okay. I'm sorry. It's up 0.42. That's not... You know what? Whatever. Enjoy your 7-cent gain. Yay, MOASS. It happened. Look, there it's over. Do you think GME shorts closed their position? If so, what specific month most of it happened? All of them. All the times it ran. You know those times where GME went up and everyone like, oh, what do GME? Shorts, closing. I know. That's crazy. But you know how people are like, oh, when the shorts close, GME will go up. It did that like 8 fucking times. You know, like a dead cat bounce is usually shorts closing after shorting the downside of a short squeeze. GME's had like 900 fucking dead cat bounces. When do you think the fucking shorts got out? And if they're in, aren't they in at like $400? Why would they ever close? GME's not worth $400. It probably never will be. Yes, I see the gap. Every time I say bad things about GME, people sell their SPX. It's not a dead play. Volatility shorts keep shorting it. So as long as they're in, I've said this before. If Kenny's in, I'm in. I said it earlier. SPX closed red, VIX closed green. Well, yeah. Hold on, I don't want to forget to sell these again. What's the bottom of this gap? 38.56.79. I sold mine 15 seconds before the drop. Ha. The point's to get more greedy. Not less greedy. There's 0 DTs. They're 90 cents. DM for you to hear the chicken. I saw it. If I click play, it's gonna play on the stream. What monitors do you use? I don't know. They're like AOC 2K something curvy boys. AOC curvy boys. You can afford 4K. Yeah, but I don't want to sacrifice the performance. Does Supersonic have like a thought leader that convinces all the others of this nonsense? Of his nonsense? Yeah, they have a few. Oh no, don't bounce. Hmm. That's kind of fun. Wasn't AOC Curvy Boys a Bronxite Congresswoman's dancing crew? I don't think so. Sideways Trading Guy is the best. Oh, Jesus. Jason fucking Waterfalls was my guiding light. I never read anything he posted. I just like to say the name. Why market's sad now? I thought we were bullish on the economic meltdown. No, believe it or not, economic meltdown, not bullish. Superstock isn't the same since Sign Guy left. He's in my Discord. I think he's a billionaire. Don't go chasing Jason fucking Waterfalls. Yeah, Mr. Boost. Really? Yeah. One for Team Pickle. Or puts a way to limit risk if you want to short a stock. Yep. Believe it or not, they are. With this gap, Carl's T will be healed. Maybe. Little bounce. And then VIX to 26. But does your Discord have a today's the day guy? iTines. Sometimes hazy. Can you explain the dry river DD as if I was a politician? Maybe using analogies like monkeys and bananas. I already used analogies like dams and water. If those are over your head, I can't help you. And dry, yeah. And wet. Don't forget wet. Wait, are you Ben Shapiro? Do you not know what wet is? Did I use that right? I did it, guys. Socially contextual. BTC dying hard. Well, it's a pile of shit that's not worth anything, right? So, is the river in California, is that why it's running dry? Sure. You're growing up so fast. I just know you're going to make so many friends at school. You know, not that popular. Believe it or not. I haven't read it. I'm not into erotica. You should try it out. Don't knock it till you try it, right? What would a good hedge for PPI tomorrow? I'm considering 317, 30, 90 Cs. Is that too little theta? It's a little bit short on theta. I mean, it's okay, but if it moves against you, you can't carry it into the like latter part of the day. Also, you're going to be paying more for implied volatility. Well, to explain it to a politician, you need to explain it in terms of bribes, hookers, and partisanship. Is Walken or Lenixis your best friend? I don't like either of them. I used to like Lenixis, but then he was kind of a dick to me because I said I didn't like his DD. So I don't like him anymore. Moisture is the essence of wetness, and wetness is the essence of beauty. Fatal Limit, I think I hate you. Have you hired a pop culture consultant to the quant team? It's the only thing you're missing to grow the channel. Sorry. But I hate culture, and I'm not a big fan of pop. Your DD didn't account for California atmospheric rivers. Yes, it did. I'm not going to show you my calves. Nice try, Grim 2. The Louvre makes pop culture references for you on the stream cards. I know, and sometimes I don't understand them, and that's how I know I'm getting old. Is there more to life than being a really, really... More to life than being really, really ridiculously good looking? I don't know. I know you don't know. I guess we could ask someone else. No, Carl's wife doesn't understand it either. Are you a fan of Corn Pop? He's a bad dude. I don't know who that is. I can moonwalk. Does that count? Okay. I know I've explained some of them to you, even though I'm older than you. You may ignore me, but my love for you will not wane. You are the star of my eyes and the moon of my heart. Oh, Jesus Christ. You're like a stage 5 clinger, Darth. Can you help me talk through the holding a 317 put that is up overnight? Hypotheticals. You wake up and it's no longer in the money. Check out volume on SPY 1 minute. I'm looking at it. I have SPY open on the other screen. Is that all your port? You're just repositioning? What would be a good hedge for PPI tomorrow? I'm considering 317, 30, 90s. That's not very much theta, and you're overpaying for implied volatility by buying less theta. Would 395s be worth considering as well? Those are a little extreme, given our current price. I'm rolling the JPM collar by force. Oh, nice. Do you use watercolors or oils to draw your technical analysis? Pastels, Victor. Pastels and charcoal on canvas. All gaps must fill 90% of the time. No. Today's price action inferred that the market is expecting PPI to be bullish. No, today's price action infers that the only call side support at 39.20 broke down and everyone's bag holding puts. Maybe 322, 390 Cs would be better, or be worth it going for 331, 390 Cs. Yeah, that the 322 dates definitely sounds better. You have more time, you're able to hold further into the day, so you can realize profits on both sides of your straddle, which is really nice. Especially if tomorrow's results aren't, you know, extremely that's not what I want to say. If tomorrow's results are flat, it could be good to have a straddle. That's kind of why I'm gonna move into one tonight too. Yeah, billions and billions of dollars worth of bag held puts. OG rules. Do you ever think that you overtrade? Oh, I do. And you make more money in the end with less action and more careful entries? I think many times I trade out of boredom. I almost only trade in this account out of boredom. This account only exists to stave off boredom, actually. My boredom comes with an expensive price. The market was bullish on 6% inflation. Gosh, this market is ridiculous. It wasn't really bullish, and it's, you know, begun to fail the gains that it achieved today. I think more than anything, the market doesn't know what to do with inflation data because there is uncertainty somehow, yet again, surrounding the Fed's decision. What shocks me is that even though the Fed has kept doing the same thing over and over and over again, the market seems to think the Fed's going to do something different from what they say they're going to do every single fucking time. It's literally the definition of insanity. They're doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different fucking outcome. JPOW is going to raise rates because their goal is to achieve their target rate, maximize employment, and find price stability. How many accounts do you have? I don't know. Like, total? 15, 16, something like that. Like a dual mandate? Almost exactly like a dual mandate. But the Fed keeps telling us exactly what they're going to do. So JPOW's going to pivot. I mean, everyone's been like, man, Gurk, you've been so spot on with the macro this year. And I'm like, dude, I'm just listening to what JPOW's saying. Like, that's it. He's like, yeah, I'm going to do this thing. And then he does it. And then everyone's like, holy fuck, I can't believe he did that. What about obesity? I don't know. That's not monetary policy. Yet. The market thinks collectively the Fed will concede first because it's too big to fail, i.e. calling the Fed's bluff. And just a couple days ago, the Fed invents a new tool to handle SVB. Yeah. In a pretty, I gotta say, on such short notice, in a pretty ingenious way, where they stand to be the beneficiary of future bank failures due to the same systemic risk. Any chance JPOW doesn't cut rates, but doesn't raise them anymore either? No. Believe it or not, they have a dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability, and they will seek to reach their goal of 2% inflation over time. I fucking love J-Pow. But monetary policy is lagging. Oh, too fucking bad. Treasury eating banks? Banks love to eat banks. Can we short the Fed? Not successfully. People don't realize that the news isn't just news. It's big money asking J Pow's favor. It's almost like Goldman Sachs and JPM and all of them have come out over like the last week being like, oh yeah, he really needs to pull back these rate increases, right? Which just to me sounds like, oh, fuck you, dude. We've got so many of these goddamn vintage securities that no one wants to buy. Like some of it's just so transparent, right? And so they're trying to like manifest J-Pow changing his mind because they have zero power over him. They were really okay with the rates going up until they realized they'd be losing more money on treasuries than they were making off adjustable rate loans. Now they're upset. Now they're like, oh shit, we didn't realize we could be hurt like that. Slow your roll, bro. I'm sure J-Pow takes the bribes, but then he still does whatever the fuck he wants. I mean, like the Fed got like politically willed into an emergency meeting yesterday, and they basically were like, "Yeah, we'll check out the situation in May." At least Jimmy Dizzle's kind enough to send a conga line of minstrels and a kilo of blow with his rate cut requests. Not bribes, speaking fees. Exactly. GPT-4 here, which is better than GPT 3.5 Turbo. Is this bullish for Nvidia? Probably not. Would you say this is a legacy defining moment in Powell's position as the Fed chair? He's going to be in economic textbooks for at least the next 5 years, maybe 15. I think that people don't realize that J-Pow is a gangster. Like he's an OG. He'll fucking take your corner if you're a bank, you know? He'll take it, absorb it, and hold your securities until maturity. Because he's got nothing but time. I can't keep the gap on the screen. I keep like, it keeps falling off the screen. Do you still have SPXS positions? Yeah, a few of them. Have you started entering synthetic long positions on GME yet? No. How far out has Kenny rolled his long vol positions? I don't know if he's entered them yet. I made 1K today, lame. That's more than, isn't that your all-time high? J-Pow finna fuck the Bears and Bulls equally, like the considerate lover he is. I think J-Pow is much smarter and aware of the general situation of the economy and society than the media makes it look like. Yeah, I agree. I mean, he just says the same thing over and over and over again, right? So it's really easy to just try to interpret what he says differently, I guess. No one cares about your opinion, though, Bipolar Bear. Well, maybe you do. With J-Pow OG rap album, I got these Rolex dreams and nothing but time, so I hold your security to maturity while I bust a rhyme. Nice bar, Draxx. Very nice. He is a lawyer. With market likely going lower lows, I'm thinking about copying your AMD play and do deeper in the money CC for Jan 2024 on GME if we get an Opex pop and no positive EPS. Is it dumb? No, but be careful how deep in the money with GME because of its implied volatility. And its potential for positive EPS over the next few quarters. SPXL decent for hedging further dated put positions. Look at March 31 to dodge IV. It's not terrible. It's cheap on down days. It's not particularly great either. Remember, you need a sustained period of upside for SPXL to print, right? Or to print hard at least. And the market's been volatile lately, which makes the leveraged ETFs a little less desirable. It really is a you owe me money, now I own you, and you work for me forever kind of agreement, isn't it? Or arrangement? Yeah. Yeah, that facility isn't what people think it is, generally speaking, or at least the opinion I've heard from people. Guys can come up with a bunch of narratives why, both deceptive bullish or deceptive bearish. I know it's been game changing for my business. What? Are we really gonna close at 3,900? We could. It's a great price for everyone to move into kind of neutral positioning, right? I see that, Fluffy. Sure, gap up, that makes sense. Kind of, yeah. Profit taking. It's about the right time of day for that. God, I hate bulls. Fair. Do you hate bears that paper hand? So how does one make money on a neutral SPX day? I doubt we'll have a neutral SPX day with the VIX at 24, but if we were to have a flat day, you can sell short strangles in the early morning and then close them out and into the middle of the day. If you think that there's going to be like a lot of chop, or like that's something I do generally on like Fed rate decision days, is the day before I'll sell like out of the money strangles, right? And then I'll start closing them out as we like get closer to the Fed meeting and the theta decays on them. I'm going to DC tomorrow for a week-long conference. Any dining suggestions? Oh man, I have not been to DC in like 11 years. I have no idea. Good spots along the wharf. Bunch of good spots along the wharf. Founding Farmers is decent for breakfast. DC food guy. Straddle, do you choose a strike at the money or an average between your daily and weekly points of resistance? For straddles are always at the money. Well, not always, but I usually sell them at the money or buy them at the money. A drone didn't shoot down a Russian jet. A Russian jet was kind of harassing a drone and they collided. If you ever do make another tier, you can call them centards. Thanks, Big Bickle. Pig Bickle? Thanks, Delphine Lundsquirt. I appreciate it. One second, I think it will happen quickly, but in which case, can you guys take that to the Discord or something? Jesus Christ. Core CBI ticked up a bit. Unemployment also ticked up a bit. If PBI is spicy, my transformation into human Klein bottle will be complete. I thought it already was. Wasn't it VIX at 30? Have you become undone in the last couple days? The Russian jet was just doing a bit of trolling. It's called We Do a Bit of Trolling. Both sides of my straddle green, ready to lose on both sides tomorrow. Lose on both sides tomorrow. Thanks, bro voice. It was inflation up and unemployment up. Oh, okay. Which happened, but PPI would be the icing on the cake. You know, PPI is part of the inflation calculation, right? It's not just consumer inflation. This isn't Liechtenstein. It's the US. We make shit. I made the Centaurs joke hours ago in chat. Kremlin blames us for crashed drone flying with transponders off towards Russian border. Okay. Do you always order omakase or sushi omakase, or do you order a la carte special catch of the day nigiri? Wait, hold on. The a la carte special catch of the day isn't part of the omakase? Shut the fuck up, Bipolar Bear. I know your name. Do you have any spy stock? Like, just to own? No? Do you know that if you date a woman from Liechtenstein, you have to get a permit to stay overnight at her house? I didn't, but now I do, and I'm prepared for the potential bureaucratic hurdle. Trying to learn, how do you decide how much to hedge? Do you focus mostly on delta or dollars? You could use either one. Generally, delta is easier to figure out because it's already simplified for you. Uni or eel? I mean, eel's delicious, but it's not very. There's nothing really special about it. Those are so different. I don't know. I'd probably eat eel first. I don't like uni very much. Tastes like snot, like fuzzy snot. Puts expiring at the end of the week, likely to have too much of an effect on price action. You've mentioned some were rolling out next week. Some are rolling out to the 21st. But yes, the puts expiring at the end of the week are likely to have a significant effect on price action. If you had to eat another human to survive, do you think they'd taste like their ethnic background? I assume pork. I assume people just taste like pork. I don't think their ethnic background would have anything to do with it. Maybe, maybe in like the bouquet or like the seasoning, but that's both hilarious and disgusting. When is the cash from selling a futures contract settled if sold in PM on IBKR? T+1? If SPX could reject hard right here, that would be great. There's 16 minutes left. Your 0 DCs are dead. Why is this channel shadow banned? I don't get it. Me either. We have such a positive message and educational opportunity for poors everywhere. And yet, for some reason, not mainstream enough. It's more of a duck earthy flavor, actually. That's too specific. No. Tell us more about how delicious duck is. Last time we talked about Peking duck, you got very offended. I've never been insulted with more grace anywhere else. This shouldn't be shadow banned. Exactly. I'm baiting the market down with spicy limit orders on my far dated puts. Let's see if it works again. Yeah, that's how you get them. Is that THC vape or nicotine? Nicotine. I don't smoke of the marijuanas. People can eat people are the luckiest people. Fun album? Is that a real album? That's a terrible album name. It's so drawn out. The degen speak is what makes it chef's kiss. Duck is gamey, but duck sauce kinda good. Duck isn't really gamey. If your duck tastes gamey, it's probably overcooked. You want to keep your duck tender and moist. So is the taste difference of adults to children like sheep to lamb? I don't know. Do children like lamb? Is that something children eat? I pulled back my CCs yesterday, Santa Cruz. Are CSPs your favorite income strategy? They're a good one. I probably tie up more capital with CSPs than anything else. But that's just because, like, towards the end of the week, I'll just get bored and sell CSPs on a bunch of shit that doesn't look like it's going to go down anymore. Sometimes that leads to me owning a bunch of shit I don't want. Thanks. Guess who called GME calls a short while ago? I don't know. The IV seems lower than yesterday before CPI. It is a little lower than yesterday before CPI, but it's still elevated because of PPI. Crohn's kid, if you had to eat someone, would you eat me first or last? Bro. CSP entry on BTU today or wait for until after SLD? Income or assignment? They both kind of suck over 25. At what DRS percent do you think GameStop would dilute? I don't know. What are we at right now? Like 30% or something like that? Yeah, we're not at 74.1%. How many shares are DRS total? What's the number? What's the actual account? I don't want to hear their stupid fucking estimates where they can't do math and they don't know what shares are sold short or come from. What's the actual number? Like how many millions of shares? $42 million shares in DRS? 78 million. So 30% of the float? I don't know, probably around 50. Volatility would get weird and the options market would start to fall apart. Nvidia seemed like 3x leverage SPX ETF. Not quite 3x, and QQQ ETF, not SPX. So Bobby soon BBYRQ, probably within the next year. Would RC dilute because he too sees the writing on the walls? No, he'd dilute for money. %50 DRS would be like 100% of the free float. No, the free float is 257 million shares. 50% DRS would be 126 million. 27, 8, 128 million. MOC 4.4 billion buy side imbalance. Okay. Well, we'll see if anything happens with that in the next 9 minutes, or if it's just hedge off through futures. Crowd entry today already up, decent amount. Might have caught the bounce perfectly. I really think I'm onto something with TC2123 tool. You always tell me that. Careful, SLDs tomorrow. How hard are they shorting Fubo? Do you think they actually have a shot at Fubo RQ? Not in the near term, no. Fubo's got enough cash and their revenues and subscriber base is up. I think they're doing fine. And they just diluted shares and got another, what, 80 million or something like that. Imagine all the shares being bought and held through brokers, though. It's not just DRS. The fuck does that have to do with anything? Gork, MOASS next week. Nah. CSV's on Fubo, worth it at the minute. Maybe. Hold on. Just 72 cents. 76. It's almost a 50% yield. Yeah, it's almost a 50% yield on the $1.50 put. That's fucking insane. For less than a year? Jesus. Skew picked up quite a bit. Hmm. Gaps are really only super relevant on indexes. And even then, I mean, they can get left behind for very, very long periods of time, or simply never fill. AMD ADP 421, SLD reasonable. Semi-bullishness continue. It's probably one of the last stocks I would pick right now. Mostly just because of the sympathy with Nvidia. Do you see a scenario like Jen when we pumped in the morning and then drop hard into the end of the week? So tomorrow mornings might be the high to buy puts for SLD. Could be. Yeah, we'll see what PPI looks like. I need to pick up a straddle here. Hold on. I forgot to buy in. I guess I could just strangle. No, straddle's better. Would SPX fill gap at 988? PPI prediction, month over month, I expect to continue to increase. I think year over year might be, it'll probably be down. Year over year is most likely going to be down. But month over month, I think still has upward trajectory, or is still on an upward trajectory. People with zero FUBO positions always talk the most about it going bankrupt. Yeah. What's your average on FUBO? I just got in at $1.32. I still need to sit down and do all the math on it. I know my cost basis is somewhere around like the low $2 range on the shares, but I made a lot of money on synthetic longs in January, so I've got to deduct that and then see where I stand now. I think I might be close to break even or even slightly up. Oh, I also have to account for the CCs I have out right now, too. I hate it when my hedge is up 20% before close. It makes me want to sell it. Yeah, it's really annoying. I know how you feel. Month to month is what matters right now anyway. It does, yes. Furlong just has to say one thing. We'll be integrating Chat GPT for insert whatever reason. Yeah. Do you think Fubo breaks $1? It's unlikely. It might, but I doubt it. Or you could just save everyone the trouble of not reading that. Can you wash trade your synthetics with the rest of the clothes? Yeah. Yeah, they don't bleed. Chat GPT into the NFT marketplace. Sure. Yeah, I mean, all they need to do is say AI a bunch and the stock will double in price. He'll probably mess it up and say chat NFT instead. Is PBI going to be bullish or bearish? It's neither of those things. It's a measure of production inflation, producer price index. Oh, okay, that's not helpful. You're welcome. Ooh. This is a fun end of day run. I'll start singing when the market dumps. How could anybody be bullish right now? Look around. There's plenty of bullish people. Ask them. We just ripped $50 in 30 minutes. Like, it's cool. It's a volatile market. Bruh, Nvidia. It's just at 240 again. Ding ding. The day is done. Did you buy SPY shares? No, I didn't. SPX rip started at 3:30. Same time Robinhood auto closes your 0 DTEs. The day is actually done. Yeah, that's correct. So SPX closing out at 39.20 for the day, and VIX sitting at 23.70, which is actually a little bit of an improvement over when we were trading at that same price this morning. So I'll take the elevated VIX levels into the end of the day. That seems like a win. PPI first thing in the morning. There's probably a low chance of year over year coming in elevated, but month over month I expect will probably continue its trend as CPI did as well. Obviously, a lot of the positioning into the end of the day remaining neutral on tomorrow morning's information. We also have some other data coming in tomorrow as well. I believe we have oh shit, what is it? We have retail sales tomorrow. New York State Empire the Empire State Manufacturing Index and business inventories tomorrow. So those are all moderately important. So yeah, a few different prints. So obviously, most of them before market open, but business inventories will be after. Thursday, not so much. Just I guess initial jobless claims for March, and some building stuff. Friday we have Michigan consumer sentiment. So yeah, tomorrow probably going to be the most relevant day of this period, and then obviously tomorrow also the first day of SLD, which will carry out until next Monday at market open. So we'll see what kind of effect that has on the market as well. Currently, positioning is still very negative. We're in a range of relatively flat gamma here at 39.20, but the positioning is still mostly bearish. I mean, puts significantly outweigh calls right now. XRT up 5% after hours. Cool. Will we bleed tomorrow? Possibly. But wait for the data. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Have a great night, everybody.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate! Hydrate! Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.